viewers and friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Thank you and welcome for the second day of the Crew Welfare Week. We hope you enjoyed the opening day, which concluded with the Crew Welfare Awards. Congratulations once again to the winners and the shortlisted nominees. Their dedication and best practices are setting an example for the entire industry. Today, we turn our attention to a cornerstone of crew welfare, physical and mental wellness. These two elements are not equally important, but also deeply interconnected. As the ancient Greeks wisely said, sound mind in a sound body, or as the Romans said, anima sana in corpore sano, the initial of those words being very well known to you as the brand of one of the leading sports apparel companies in the world. This holds especially true for those working in the high-pressure, isolated environments of life at sea. Seafarers often face unique and demanding challenges, long periods away from home, limited communication, irregular sleep patterns, and high workloads. These conditions can take a serious toll on both body and mind, making it harder to stay focused, resilient, and emotionally balanced. Remember, investing in the holistic health of our crews leads to safer seas, stronger teams, and more sustainable operations. So let's begin by hearing what our speakers have to share on how we can better support the well-being of those who keep global trade moving. Thank you for tuning with us for the day and trust you enjoy the sessions, the discussions, and the presentations, and appreciate your contribution in getting the message across as we are striving on a common goal towards a safer, smarter, and more energy-efficient industry. In other words, striving towards sustainable shipping. Thank you very much and trust you enjoy.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our industry panel for Safety for Seas Crew Welfare Week. I am very, very excited to be joined by wonderful speakers, but first I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Namrata Nadkarni, and I am the CEO and founder of Intent Communications. I've been in the industry for over 2 decades, and I'm really, really passionate about crew welfare. So I'm excited about what our speakers are going to talk about today. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce David Parmenter, who is the chair for the Australian Mariners Welfare Society, George Pitaulis, who's the head of marine personnel at Nakalat, Ian Stokes, who is the head of corporate engagement and partnerships at Stella Maris, and of course, last but not least, Tim Springett, who is with the UK Chamber of Shipping, but is here in his role as the chair for the Labour Affairs Committee for the International Chamber of Shipping. Thank you to everybody for joining us today. Shall we start with the burning question, which is, in your opinion, speakers, and I'm going to start with you, Ian, in your opinion, does the maritime industry handle crew welfare effectively? You know, what are we getting right? Where are the gaps that we need to address? And please feel free to use examples from your general operating landscape for what your organization is doing in this space.
Sure, thank you. Are we doing it effectively? I think with many things, you can do things better. There are some really good players out there. There are some really good practices. And I think increasingly operators are aware that their seafarers really are their most effective asset, their biggest asset, and they're treating them better. So we're getting more care in terms of mental health, better food. There's more concentration on other kind of health, physical health, shore leave, things like that. But not everybody is like that. Some will cut corners. Some do not allow shore leave. We're seeing a lack of shore leave in a lot of places. We see difficulty in accessing an increasing number of automated ports. It can always be better. So at Stella Maris, we see the good and the bad. We visit ships on a daily basis, and we're a bit of a bellwether to see how seafarers are doing. And we help them out with all sorts of things. So we get to know if the food's good on board, if the atmosphere is good, if they're being paid on time, are they getting shore leave, all that sort of thing.
And you're seeing a general improvement at the moment?
It's patchy. I think since COVID, we haven't quite come back to the levels of shore leave that we would like to see. The increasing pressures of time when vessels are in port, so getting in and out as quickly as possible, which doesn't leave time for rest, relaxation, getting shore leave. So I think those are the big things. And then there's always the question of connectivity. Mm-hmm. Again, there are some great players out there, people with allowing a lot of data through Starlink. Some who don't allow it at all. So we go on board. We take mobile Wi-Fi units. We take on SIM cards and make sure that the seafarers can get in touch with their families and get in touch back home. Because it's something that we all take for granted in our jobs. We wouldn't work anywhere where we didn't have Wi-Fi and connectivity. So why should they? So we do a lot of work with that, and by and large that is improving, I think. And I think seafarers are getting more selective. It's not right across the board, but there in places there is a manning crisis. Organizations are having to look after their seafarers better, pay them more in some circumstances in order to retain them. It's not always the case, but I think that's leading to better conditions, because it's always cheaper and easier and better to retain your staff and have a loyal staff working for you than to be constantly recruiting and changing people all the time.
And David, could I pull on you to say, are you seeing similar trends in your role with the Australian Mariners Welfare Society?
I'd make a couple of comments. I think what Ian said was very informative. First comment is, I think what we're seeing is a change in attitude across the industry, which is that seafarers' welfare shouldn't be seen as a charity. And I don't mean that in a disparaging term.
No, it's a duty of care.
Exactly. It goes to corporate social responsibility. It goes to good commercial business sense. If you want to retain your staff, if you want to have good, fit, enthusiastic seafarers working for you. So I think there is a change of approach. What is interesting in this part of the world is a lot of debate about how you ensure the welfare providers are adequately resourced. New Zealand's moved to an industry funding scheme. There's some similar ideas bubbling around in Australia. So I think what we will start to see is a movement from people wanting to do the right thing and to do it in a charitable way to actually what's now seen as an obligation. And I think that is starting to change. Of course, it's got to be enforced. In course, there's got to be clear oversight of these developments. But I think that is a change which will have a significant impact on how crew welfare evolves into the future.
I think that's really interesting. And this shift towards obligation is one, Tim, that I'm going to pull you in because, of course, as the chair of the Labour Affairs Committee, sorry, David, it occurred to me, did you make all the points you wanted to make, or did you? Perfect. So yes, Tim, if I could pull you in to talk about the shift in mindset in terms of obligation, in terms of, and in your role as chair of the Labour Affairs Committee. Could you talk about how this commitment is evolving and what the actual expectations are? And then, of course, we can come to you, George, to talk about how you're fulfilling these.
Thanks, Namrata. I think the impact of the Maritime Labour Convention needs to be well understood here. If you look at it at a micro level about the detail of the rights, you can argue about how well or otherwise the convention has been implemented in different parts of the world. But if you look at it at a macro level, it's not called the fourth pillar of international regulation for no reason. It means that failing to treat your crew properly, provide them with decent living and working conditions, and take care of their health, safety, and welfare is just as unacceptable as polluting the oceans or running an unsafe ship. It's got equal status with SOLAS, MARPOL, and STCW. And I worked in the industry for many years before the MLC and also subsequently, and I've noticed a huge change in attitude, because whereas seafarers were often an afterthought, they were seen as a commodity. There's a much greater tendency now to see them as human beings like the rest of us. And I think that the COVID crisis and the crew change crisis in particular brought that into even sharper focus. And there were much greater efforts and very strong cooperation between the International Chamber of Shipping and the International Transport Workers Federation, for example. So there are some examples of very good practice out there, and those are hopefully going to lead the way to further improvements in the future. As Ian Stokes quite rightly said, we can always do more, and we have to. But at least we're on the journey now. Of course, yesterday we heard this horrifying testimony from the ship's master, who'd been in prison for 4 years on trumped-up drugs charges. And what really made my blood run cold was when he said that his company had abandoned him, stopped paying him, and actually retained a certificate of competency. And I think when things like that are happening, it gives such a bad impression of our industry. But thankfully these are increasingly isolated incidents, and we've got companies that have instituted their own programs. We've got action being taken by the ICS, for example. They published a series of materials to aimed at improving seafarer health, safety, and welfare under a ship program. Sailor Society is one example of a charity that produced an app that seafarers can use. And
ICE1 does quite a lot as well, don't they? They've got chaplains and calling lines and all sorts of programs.
I was just about to mention ICE1, funnily enough. Yes. They've done excellent work as well, in conjunction with the ICS and the UK Chamber, I might add. So I think that the impact of the MLC has really taken things to a different level, which probably wouldn't have been achieved without it.
Wonderful. So George, coming to you, obviously we've set the scene for how the industry is changing. What is Nakilat doing for its personnel? What approaches have you introduced in recent times, and what impact is this having on your crew?
Well, welfare is not a single thing. As Ian said at the beginning, there are several factors. Mm-hmm. And welfare at the same time means different things to different people. We employ approximately 41 different nationalities on board. So you have to start to understand what welfare is for each and every individual. The common trend is duration of deployment, internet on board, quality of food, and sufficient work and rest hours as well, which are some of the factors that we are heavily investing into, because our crew is something we invest into. It's not a cost center. The crew is something we invest into. And we have short contracts. We have a massive amount of data available for the crew to call their houses, to their families. We are over supplying crew on board, so they are able to actually perform their duties within the parameters set by MLC and SSW for that matter. And at the end of the day, we cannot be complaining as an industry that there are not enough seafarers out there when we are not setting the standards. Not just await and match MLC. That should be the bare minimum.
Yes.
But it should be the bare minimum also from the state side. Because as also discussed earlier, the short leave is not something that I as an operator will deny to the seafarer.
It would be your port
It is
state.
the state exactly that will not allow that. And these are the states which are voting on adoption of MLC. So
Yes.
there is a double standard there.
And we saw this, in fact, towards the end of last year for the Seafarers Happiness Index. The issue of shore leave was actually one of the biggest complaints that was dropping their happiness levels. So I think obviously that point makes total sense of it being people committing to good standards for seafarers and then not necessarily giving them access. But I wanted to pick up on a point that you made about investment and investing in crew, George. For a lot of operators who perhaps are choosing not to invest, and their argument is always financial, right? They're like, it's too expensive, we don't want to offer internet or the quality of crew, we can't recruit from the best, and what I really enjoyed you saying is that you have sufficient crew on board to actually meet MLC work rest requirements. Could you talk to me about the business case for making sure that your crew is well rested and is really happy, so that it's not just seen, as you said, as a cost center, but actually as that investment?
Well, a vessel effectively is a business unit that interacts face-to-face with your charterer. Because when they go into port, the charterer sees the vessel and her crew. Therefore, your crew is becoming your ambassador. So you do want your ambassador to be able to represent you in the best possible way.
Yes.
And you do this by investing. If you are, if I may allow to say, cheap on it, you will bear the fruits of your inadequacy and not doing the proper things. It's a very simple business case. If you want to have proper charters, you must have proper crew. To be able to maintain and build equally important proper crew, you have to invest.
Correct. Absolutely. And I think, Tim, the point that you made about the MLC is a really valid one, because it's set that base standard for the sector. So could I invite you to talk about where we should be going beyond it, Tim? If you had to identify areas where some of your members, either at the UK Chamber or any participants at ICS, where are the shining success stories, aside from the points that George made, of course?
The MLC is, as has been pointed out, a minimum standard. It's important to remember that that doesn't mean it's a low standard. It's an acceptable standard, and a standard that's been...
It's a common standard.
It's been negotiated on a tripart basis. But companies that want to recruit and retain, the best crews and have the highest quality operations, and make themselves as attractive as they can be to potential charterers, will obviously need to do more. And there's a company that's got a program called Partners in Safety, which as a wealth of online material that actually make available to other companies to use free of charge. So they're sharing a very high level of expertise in order to promote safety generally. So to some extent, there's a competitive element in it. Social connectivity is now extremely important. As a welfare tool, apart from any other benefits that it has. And of course, these days we are dealing with generations who have no concept of a world without the internet. So if we're expecting people to go away on board ships and be away from their families and friends for weeks or months at a time, and we can't even be bothered to provide them with a decent social connectivity, then those companies will get the seafarers they deserve, which will be probably none of them. There's much that can be provided, and I think that technology can help with seafarer welfare. We've seen already that some charities, rather than just providing welfare support to seafarers when their ships arrive in port, are able to do so virtually. So it's almost a 24/7 service, and technology has facilitated that. So that's it's a step forward, and I used to hear people say that giving seafarers the internet to use on board increases their isolation, or it makes the delivery of bad news from home more immediate. I'm sorry, I don't buy any of these excuses. It's essential.
Not knowing what's happening at home is not going to make you worry less about it. In fact, one would argue it would make you worry more about it.
Well, this is the argument that was being used, that if you get a letter sort of once every fortnight, then you get the bad news and then you put it out of your mind. I don't really believe that. I think it goes back to the rather sort of dismissive attitude that many employers had towards their crew members, as I said, treating them as a commodity. Technology can be used to the advantage of seafarer welfare and their health and safety, and I think they will expect that almost as a given.
I'll come back to the point of technology because I do really want to explore this. But George, I could see you've got a point you'd like to make.
Yes, when it comes to social connectivity, there must be a healthy balance as well, though, because social doesn't mean only online.
Correct.
Social applies socializing with other human beings, which could be on board, and they could be at home and far away as well, which is actually being done through internet. And therefore, as employer, you must find a way how to incentivize people to actually on board socialize. And there are ways of doing so. We're in the process of actually having streaming TV channels on TVs in common areas. So people will actually go in a common area to watch a movie or a series or something, so they can interact with each other as well.
Social design to ensure that people will interact. And that's a really important part, not just of well-being in general, but also knowledge transfer, right? Your mentoring can only happen if people have the opportunities to talk to senior members of the team, or in the case of reverse mentoring, talk to younger people who are perhaps more au fait with technology or have different attitudes or can bring a new idea to this. David, could I pull you in? Because I know that you wanted to make a point yourself.
Yes, thank you. Just a quick comment going back to the discussion around the business case for crew welfare. I think it's interesting to see how, certainly in Australia, the regulatory framework has been extended with legislation called the Modern Slavery Act.
Yes.
What that means in effect is if you're a large mining company, publicly listed, exporting Australian iron ore, you have to inform yourself about the labour standards that apply throughout the supply chain. You just can't be, indifferent or claim ignorance.
Yep.
So it's an interesting development, which is not just putting a focus on what the owners and operators and managers are doing. It's what their customers and the cargo interests are being, if you like, obliged to take an interest in. So I think that will certainly widen the scope of expectations around, look, this is just critical from a business point of view to get this right.
And I think that's really interesting, right? This idea of uniting standards across the supply chain, of saying, know your customer, know what their standards are. You can't be like, well, we worked with somebody who we vetted, but we don't care who they work with. And therefore, that is where you could kind of transfer responsibility and blame. So no, I think that's a really good point. And I actually wanted to come back to this idea of connectivity, because one of the big changes that we've seen in recent times through technology is telehealth, right? As that being a service that is now being provided. So you could have telehealth for physical well-being, but also mental health, or generally, if you need therapy or crew support or any of that. David, could I actually just pull you into this? And then Ian, I'm going to come to you in a second to say, what impact are you seeing technology have on the crew welfare landscape, positive or negative?
Well, I think, as we've all agreed, I mean, connectivity just has to be a given. And it still disturbs me that there's operators out there who haven't built this into their ship design, into their operating platforms. And in many cases, it's up to the welfare providers to ensure that seafarers have got adequate connectivity when their vessels are in port. So I think it is an absolute given. I think it's also an opportunity. I think your reference to telehealth is very good. I think the ability in the case of mental health, being able to get some counselling out to a vessel, as opposed to the need for someone to be physically present. I think that's very important. So we take the view that technology is a positive, that you can use it in a way that's going to improve the delivery of welfare services.
Because it facilitates immediacy.
That's right, exactly. But also it should make work safer. I mean, I won't labour the point about the importance of safety. We all know that. But if you're using technology and in a constructive way, the workplace should be a safer place. So we're quite bullish around how this, we think, could improve the lives of seafarers.
I'm going to come back to you in a second because I want to pull Ian into this conversation. Ian, what aspects of technology improving crew welfare are you seeing in your operating landscape?
I think the connectivity back home is just about the single most important thing. They spend a lot of time away from home. They're in small areas with a small number of people on a ship that might be dirty, dangerous, noisy, and they've got 10 other people with them or 20. So,
or even if it's not, like, even if your ship is quite nice, and if you're not being allowed port, surely you definitely want to contact your family. Yeah,
yes, you do. And we're very, very much in favour of connectivity and getting as much as they can. And it just reflects what's going on in society anyway. Kids today, do they go out and play in the park or the field with their mates? No, they're online. They're gaming online, and they could be in a different town, a different country. It doesn't help that on a ship you've got a small community and that's it. So you often hear captains saying there's no sense of team anymore. They're off watch, they're straight in their cabins and they're on their family. There's no karaoke night, film night, that kind of thing. And there's a lot of efforts by companies to instill those things and have more social interactivity on board. For us, I mean, I was interested in what David says. It would be great. It would be great if we weren't needed. It would be great if the charities, you didn't need, if charities weren't needed and the owners and managers looked after their crew and we weren't needed at all.
Could I ask, do you think that traditionally Maritime almost outsourced all its welfare to the charities, and it's only now that we're really connecting the dots? Or is that a controversial opinion?
I think I think that might have been what happened by stealth. We, in many ways, we can be a sticking plaster for issues. In other ways, we can help to resolve issues and effect change. And we're big in advocating for the seafarer and advocating for all the right things. But there are times when the human connection, you just can't replace that. And I think that's maybe that's why we'll always be needed. We're going on board 50, 60,000 vessels a year all around the world, and figuratively putting an arm around the seafarer and saying, hi, how are you doing? And that human connection, that, hey, somebody's interested in me. They've come to say hello. They brought me some woolly hats and some chocolate. It's Christmas. They brought me some Christmas presents. There's some cards. And that, I'm not sure technology will ever be able to replace that human connection, that the friend in a strange port when you're 10,000 miles away from home. Yes, you need your time with your family online, and we help to support that as well. But it's providing that sort of very one-on-one human connection, human care for just a fellow human being, really, who's doing an amazing job on our behalf.
And so I actually think you make a really good point about technology not replacing that human aspect. And I actually want to zero in on a specific human aspect and invite George for you to comment, because I think in addition to the tech that is now being provided, and you talked about it a little bit when you talked about designing spaces for your seafarers, it's leadership, right? It's that cultural element that needs to play a huge part in the investments that you make, the ways in which your masters and your crew interact, the ways in which your shoreside teams and your crews interact. Could you talk to me about what good leadership looks like from the viewpoint of your organization? And then, Tim, I'm going to come to you for what everybody else is doing and what we should be looking to achieve.
I can tell you what I'm saying to my captains before they get promoted to captain. I'm asking them, do you remember your worst captain that you ever came across? They say yes. Don't be like him. Because we are all a summary of our experiences growing up.
Mm-hmm.
And we do know what we didn't like in the past, how we're being treated.
Yeah.
So we have to treat others how we would like to be treated. Leadership, I have the impression that it is not something that a lot of schools are putting too much effort into. They just let people go through the net and find out what is leadership. The industry, the training side, is mainly on core technical skills. And when it comes to soft skills, they will figure it out along the way, which is unfortunately not what should be done. But it is what it is. Therefore, there is a generation gap as well, a massive one, because people in the office are a different generation from people entering the industry now. So as an example, a superintendent who used to sail for 8 or 9 months in a time, when he's communicating, interact with a junior officer, a third officer, a fourth engineer, who's not willing to do more than 3 months at a time, they speak a different language.
The expectations are completely misaligned.
Yes. And there is a lot of work to be done on that front as well. That people who are in the industry and they are on the source side, they understand what the expectations are of the young generation entering an industry now. Because if we do not attract and retain the young generation, we are doomed. The fully autonomous vessels are not going to come quick enough to fill the void.
And there's still going to have to be seafarers taking liability from point A to point B. We know that it's not human free. It's just going to be highly automated.
Someone is going to have to pay for it at the end of the day.
Absolutely. And I think you raised a really good point about people falling into leadership. Can I ask, at Nakula, do you do formal leadership training? Do you have mentors? Are there schemes that your organization runs for leadership to shore this up?
We are in the process of putting something in place with in-house resources because it's currently outsourced. But we're looking to making this an in-house resource that will have people following our cadets from their school effectively until they reach the top rank in the department. Because it needs to have consistency and it needs that this is followed up. Because as you grow in your ranks, your responsibilities are changing as well. Therefore, the way that you act, you react, must be different as well, and you need to be coached for this. It doesn't just come through a book.
No, and of course, and the shift from being at sea to being on shore is really different, right? That kind of regiment changes, your expectations of your time and how easily accessed you are completely changes, your interactions. Yeah, it's very, very different, and that will definitely require support. Tim, if I could pull you into what good leadership looks like in terms of creating a culture of crew support, particularly because you've got the Labour Affairs Committee, what are the kinds of conversations you're having about leadership?
Leaders set the tone. yeah, every CEO could quite easily have a plaque on their desk that says, "I choose my company's culture," because they do. The way that they act and they behave, and the example that they set permeates throughout the organisation. And you know, good self-aware leaders will realise this, and they're the ones that are much more likely to foster the appropriate company culture, whether you call it culture of care, culture of support, culture of trust, that allows those that work in that workplace or on board that ship to thrive and to feel valued and feel ownership of their work. In terms of training, yes, people do fall into management, and that happens ashore as well as at sea. It's not unique to the shipping industry. In fact, one could say that promotion to being the master of a ship does require that a number of hurdles need to be cleared. You need to get your the appropriate certificate of competency, as well as normally serve for a number of years at sea in a position lower than command before you get that opportunity. Possibly the weekend miracle still happens in other workplaces where you're sort of out for a pint with your mates Friday evening, and Monday morning you're their supervisor, without any training. And I think as a result of this, some sort of outdated management styles, it's rather like what you learn from school. The consequences of not doing as you're told as punishment, but that's been shown not to be appropriate, especially in grown-up workplaces. And we have, of course, an element of STCW, which is leadership and management, well, human element leadership and management training. There are some companies that don't have the separate levels, for operational level and management level. They give everybody the management level so that everybody's learning the same things. It creates much more of an atmosphere of togetherness rather than an artificial separation between management level and operational level, as well as, of course, preparing those at the operational level for eventual management responsibility. If I can give a little plug to what we do at the UK Chamber and our work to promote safety culture, we recently had a conference in Newcastle, which is focused on generating the necessary mindset to be self-aware, to not just view the solution to every safety issue as more regulation and more training, but actually what steps is a company taking really to get to the root or the roots. Because
there is no one size fits all. You have to be responsive.
Of course, that's absolutely right. And a lot of audits are based on really short answers, ticking boxes, root cause analysis, as if there is one root cause. That's rarely, if ever, the case. I doubt if there's ever been an accident or an incident at sea or a near miss where the company's culture and safety culture and attitude towards safety hasn't been a contributing factor.
I think that's an interesting point, and a point that I want to bring up. And David, I'm going to call on you. If we could talk about, obviously, we're looking at the crews of the future, and when we are looking at recruiting the best minds and the most skilled workers, one of the questions that Maritime is answering is, how do we get more women into the sector? And I think this is a pertinent conversation to be had, particularly given the theme of this year's Day of the Seafarer, which of course is talking about physical and emotional and mental well-being of women at sea in terms of sexual harassment and or bullying. Is this something that you come across a fair bit with the Australian Mariners Welfare Society? Are there certain examples of people who are getting that cultural element right and making sure that their women seafarers feel welcomed and included?
I think that's a really important issue, and there's been a lot of focus on this. And a recognition that the industry, if it's going to have a future, if it's going to be viable and attract people, it's got to look like the society that it's part of. And it's got to be in a position where it's saying to younger people, men and women of diverse backgrounds, you're welcomed and accepted, and there's a place for you here. And I think in this competition for talent, that is recognised by the better operators. There's certainly a lot of focus on that in terms of industry stakeholders recognising that this is really important. So I think we're seeing improvement. I think just to maybe take a simple example, is we're looking at more focus, say, just at ship design to ensure if you're constructing cabins, that those cabins are suitable for female seafarers. So there's things you can do which may be fairly simple, but could be quite effective in just making life easier for people.
Like PPE that actually fits.
Yes, that's right. Yes. Connectivity becomes critical. So again, you've got a device that can help defeat that sense of isolation. So look, we place great importance on encouraging everyone to think about a career at sea. And I'll just conclude on this point. If you're only recruiting from a narrow section of the population, you're going to get groupthink. And that, I think, is fatal for any business or industry.
No, that makes total sense. So, Ian, if I could pull you in, I think my question would be, what do you think the industry's top priorities should be for nurturing the workforce of the future, the maritime workforce of the future? If you could kind of focus people's hearts, minds, and of course their resources towards specific targets, what would they be? And George, I'm going to come to you straight after this to go, what do you think of what Ian said?
Yeah, thanks for saving me the difficult question.
Very welcome. I gave you some time to think.
yeah, and that's not always a good thing, is it? So I think in terms of attracting and keeping people is going to be the key thing. Yes, we are going to have smaller crews on board ships, but we're never going to get down to nothing. It's the aspect of retention, and it's the aspect of I think community on board a ship, because if you go to work wherever you live, and largely you've got a homogenous workforce, but you're on board ship. There will be largely men, but there will be women, but there's all sorts of nationalities and different cultures, different approaches to how you work, different approaches to the national mix, the gender mix, and everything like that. And your standards and your expectations are going to vary sometimes widely from the people that you're working with. We often see a single nationality crew, and I've seen sort of totally Indian vessels or totally Filipino vessels, and they, by and large, they tend to appear happier. So I don't know if that's a recruiting model for other people. They've got a single culture on board, a single language, a single food requirement, if you like. As you know, often we will
transferring land-based culture straight on board in a micro.
It is.
But of course, recruiting like that's going to be really challenging. And one might argue one of the joys of maritime is having so many cultures in a mishmash.
It is. Yes, it's. But you don't know what you're going to get on board, and we've seen a lot of. Sometimes there are differences with sort of an East European or a European-based.
I was literally thinking. The Black Sea crisis, we know, caused conflict between Russian and Ukrainian personnel who were on the same ships.
Not as much as you think. Not as much as you think. Yeah. We've been pleasantly surprised, pleasantly astonished at the professionalism of the Ukrainians and the Russians on board ships. They're there to do a job. They get they tend not to talk about it because it's hugely contentious and divisive. Yes, there are issues, there are flashpoints, and I think those are being managed out. So I've spoken to some organisations who will not mix them going forward. So they'll play out their contracts and then they'll keep them separate. I talked to one crewing agency this week who won't employ Russians at all. They allow them to finish their contracts, but they've made it their policy not to support the war in that way by employing Russians and sort of pushing money into the Russian economy, which is sometimes the Russian sailors are not quite.
You
as
may
big
not
as
always agree with decisions made by your government. We know that there's plenty of people who just want to get that by on their day-to-day, feed their families and continue with their skills. And it's
sure.
Yeah, I can see that it's a real challenge and there is no easy answer.
I'm sorry, did I answer the difficult question? I'm not sure I did.
I feel like you threw it back at me, so well done.
There you go.
But yeah, no, George, kind of coming to you, if we could talk about what you see as the necessary ingredients to create this nurturing environment for the younger generation, for new seafarers, but also perhaps for people that we are trying to recruit from other sectors, because we know that maritime is looking actively at improving its digital focus. We're looking to improve our carbon footprint, which means pulling from other sectors, other engineers, digital natives, etc. How do we set them up for success by creating an environment in which they can thrive?
The industry has shifted from what it was 20, 30, 40 years ago, because they were competing to get people from undeveloped countries that they had no other resources, no other alternatives. In the connected world that we live today, we are not competing amongst each other's shipping companies to attract talent. We're competing amongst the Googles, the Apples, the massive companies around the world that would allow people to live wherever they want and work from wherever they want.
Yeah.
So it's even more difficult environment to recruit. Fortunately or unfortunately, one of the things of the past that was your selling point to a candidate that you will see the world. Nowadays, you may see land and you will see definitely put your foot on land when you sign off from the vessel. So the industry has shifted dramatically. Back in the days, seafarers were happy to be in port. Now they are happy to be at sea. Because when you go in port, you stay 24 hours, 48 hours, usually. And it's a very labor-intense 24 or 48 hours. So we have to attract the right people and explain to them that, yes, it is a difficult job. It is a demanding job. But at the same time, it gives you opportunities that you may not have had when you're working ashore. As an example, a captain, effectively, is a managing director of a business unit, which is worth between 20 million and $300 million. There are not that many managing directors around the world that have the responsibility of the business unit that expensive, but there's for 30, 35.
Yeah.
And you need people who can wear multiple hats at the same time as well. When you are ashore, you have the ability to employ one guy that does only data entry. You don't have the luxury of that on board. You must be able to do several things.
Correct.
So it is a very challenging environment.
So if we were to try and talk about what are the ingredients to make sure that people thrive in this environment, what would that look like?
To have a clear career path from day one, because the industry is so much fragmented. Even your standards of training, which are minimum, they are different. The minimum is set, but from state to state, you have differences. Mm-hmm. And since you have multinational crews, to give an example, state A requires that the cadet does 1 year sea time experience. State B requires 6 months. But on board, they're going to have the same rank.
Yeah.
So
The
it is,
alignment.
yes, it's becoming challenging, and you have to create a robust company culture to be able to draw people in and offer them the opportunities, irrespective of where they come from. I had a chat last week with one recruiter who was asking me, where do you recruit people from? And I replied, I prefer from planet Earth.
But you're
We are
open
not
to
in
people from other planets, but you prefer.
as long as commuting is swift and easy, I'm open to it. We should focus on not nationality, but on competence.
Mm-hmm.
As you want your doctor to be competent, you don't care where your doctor is from. You want the doctor to be competent. We should have a similar approach. But as I said, our industry is so much fragmented, and there are so many differences that it cannot be uniquely solved. Every company is trying within their resources and their cultural area to do the best that they can.
So, Tim, if I could pull you in, because obviously, if you're looking at standards through the committee, what are the ingredients that you think that we should keep an eye on in terms of the future and investing in the future? And I'm specifically going to pull us into the lens of the conversation that we had recently at the IMO in terms of criminalization of seafarers, looking at seafarers as key workers. So we're elevating our seafarers to this important role of key workers, but of course they're facing threats like criminalization, which will impact well-being and welfare and resilience. What would you like the industry to keep in mind? What do you think that we should really be thinking about? I realize that's quite a broad question, so dive in anywhere.
It was an interesting discussion yesterday when we were really kind of scratching our heads and thinking, well, what can we do? There was talk about the recent guidelines that were adopted jointly by the ILO and the IMO, and where I had the great privilege of leading the ship owners team in the negotiations to develop guidelines on the fair treatment of seafarers detained in connection with alleged crimes. And of course, the governments that turn up to those meetings are the governments who probably don't really need the guidelines, because there's nothing in those guidelines that you wouldn't think is just common sense and standard human rights law. But bringing it all together in one place has some value. And
I mean, because one could argue that for the MLC, right? Like it should have been reasonable work, reasonable rest, reasonable all of this, but actually codifying it made it applicable in a way that has made huge change to the industry.
Well, yeah, I mean, the MLC is a mandatory minimum standard. Putting out a statement of guidelines. I think Harper Stallhouse made the best intervention on this yesterday when he said that it's a quick and easy way for the international community to say what we expect, it has moral power. It has legal power if governments choose to implement them in their laws. But it is a statement that can be waved under the noses of a government that is clearly using seafarers as political pawns and as the easy targets. I was in Athens last week at the Shaping the Future of Shipping conference. Again, there was a discussion about the future of crewing. How do we get quality people to go and work at sea? And examples were given of seafarers who were detained, wrongfully imprisoned. We had the case of the Galaxy Leader was brought up, and these cases make headlines. The numbers are actually quite small compared to the number of seafarers who get killed, doing their jobs, in accidents on board ships. People are still dying in enclosed spaces. Why is this happening? There's been so much discussion of it, but again, the answer is always more regulation, more training. Not looking at the reasons why somebody might think that they need to go into an enclosed space. perhaps not, well, clearly not appreciating how dangerous it is. Why is it that most people who perish in enclosed spaces are actually attempting a rescue? But
you see a colleague in danger, you've got to try.
Because of an oxygen depleted atmosphere, and they think, well, that's not going to apply to me, but it happens. And so there's a lot that that needs to be tackled to make the industry safer. But having said that, it's important to keep it in perspective. A lot of seafarers from all parts of the world have very successful, very fulfilling, and very lucrative careers. And a career at sea and the qualifications that you gain open all sorts of doors to working in maritime clusters ashore, whether that's with shipping companies, with regulators, with educators. There's it is an attractive option, and I regularly meet with cadets and newly qualified officers and their enthusiasm for the role, and they talk about their experience and the resilience that they've developed is something truly admirable. To get back to your question about the future of sort of training, well, we've got the review of the STCW convention going on at the moment, and here it's got to be done very carefully, I think. I've heard many people reel off their shopping lists of new requirements that they think need to be made mandatory in STCW. And yes, on one hand, you could make a case for most of these. The problem is, unless we really modernise the STCW training, and we encourage governments to really look very closely at how they've implemented it, we're going to end up with training programs that are so long that it'll be quicker to qualify as a doctor than as an officer of the watch. And if we get to that situation, we will never be able to make it an attractive career option because young people will be turned off. Again, the cadets that I speak to, all they want to do is go to sea. So, we really, I think, ought to be stripping STCW back to the absolute essentials that are required to, for the safe operation of a ship. Now, there will be new requirements, particularly related to alternative fuels, which each one of them has their own sort of safety aspects that need to be taken into account, as well as every other thing that is going to determine which fuel sort of wins the ongoing popularity contest. But the less time it takes to qualify and have the opportunity to go and work at sea, the more likely we are to get people considering it as a career option.
I think that's an interesting take. George, I saw that you had your hand up. Did you want to add to this?
Yes, I agree with a lot of things that Tim said about what needs to be done down the line in the future. But at the same time, I had a question on the SSW that he brought up. Because this is the that we discussed today, Tim, when will it be implemented? I think in about 7-8 years from now, if my memory serves me well.
Can I come in on that?
Yeah.
Well, the review is likely to be completed. Still some time off. It could be as late as 2030 because of all the competing objectives that the IMO has at the moment that I think are very well known. It doesn't have unlimited resources and it needs to apportion these. It must also, not try to fast track this review. And
I was about to say, we need to get it right.
We do need to get it right because it's going to have to serve the industry until, probably the second half of this century. Once the final act has been signed, it then takes 2 years for governments to implement it into their laws, and a further 5 years for it to come fully into force. That's a natural consequence of the fact that certificates of competency normally are valid for 5 years.
Right.
So look, we're looking at something that we've got to take great care to future-proof.
And I was about to say, I know that this is a very interesting discussion to have, and I'm just going to leave it to Safety for Sea to actually host an entire webinar on this, because I feel like this is something we can really dive into. But I'm very aware that we've only got 5 minutes left in our panel. And what I really want to do is to come round and say, if you could distill the conversation that we've had to one takeaway that you really want the industry to think about, or perhaps you want new seafarers or the incoming generation in the maritime world to think about, what would that be? And I'm going to start with you, David.
One of the things we do at AMWS is we offer scholarships and training experiences to young people. So we are very invested in encouraging young people to pursue careers at sea. And the advice we give them is, this is a great opportunity for all the reasons that have been said by the panelists. And bear two things in mind. Going to sea is not the same as working in the maritime industry.
Yes.
You can go to sea and you can develop a skill set and a series of competencies which will stand you in good stead across a whole range of vocations. The second, so flowing from that is the advice we give young people is, think about that first job, but also think about the next job. Think about having a career, think about how you want to develop a better version of yourself, and enjoy the experiences while you're doing it. The industry needs all the good people that it can get. And there are well-meaning people throughout the world who are there to support you to achieve that objective.
I think that's great. And the reminder that there's more to being in maritime besides being at sea. I mean, you know, myself, as a good example, I've not really been to sea except as a passenger. And yet I feel like, you know, I'm able to be part of important conversations and make sure, you know, as a journalist, that we're telling the truth and drawing attention to facts. But we also have lawyers and HR people and insurers, etc., who may not have gone to sea themselves. And there are so many opportunities. It's such a rich landscape. Ian, if I could come to you.
Yeah, I think I would encourage people to be the agents of change, really, because people are staying at sea shorter and shorter times before going ashore. They're bringing with them different aspects, different skills, but a different approach. And you've got to encourage those people to move things forward, to speak out, to take the opportunities, and to advocate. Because I think the problem we see in shipping is that we all know how important it is. We all know how much stuff travels by sea, and what it takes to get things around the world. I think the rest of the planet thinks, you know, you click a button on your computer and everything comes from a warehouse in Northampton and it's here the next day. And I think the young people could play a bigger part in sort of taking the blinkers off people, advocating for this is an industry without which, if they all stopped sailing tomorrow, half of us would starve and the other half would freeze to death. But there's no recognition of that, or very little, outside the maritime industry. So I think if you're getting young people in, they've got to use their youth, their approaches, all the skills that they have to do the job, but to sell it and to sell what maritime does for everybody in the world, really.
Right. And I think that's a really good point about being the agents of change. I think that even other people could do that within our industry for cultural change. George, I'm going to come to you now.
Well, I will paraphrase what of my predecessors said, in the sense that don't just train for the job, train for the mindset and the lifestyle. Because there are endless opportunities. It's one of the few industries that actually you are setting up your end game. You can start from an OS and end up being an MD in a company down the line working ashore. It's entirely up to you and what you want to achieve within your capabilities and your abilities as well. And
Tim, we come to you for the last word.
Okay, thank you. Everybody who I've spoken to who's worked at sea and I asked them, "Are you pleased you went to sea?" They all say yes, they were. They acquired a unique and unrivaled set of life skills that they wouldn't have been able to acquire had they chosen any other type of career, certainly civilian career. It's opened doors for them. Some of them are now CEOs of shipping companies. Most of them are still involved in the industry in some form or another. It is a fascinating industry. The amount of time people spend on seagoing careers is reducing. The average is now sort of between 8 and 10 years, which is particularly good for women seafarers, because they can have a standard length seagoing career and then come ashore to have families if that's their choice. So there are excellent opportunities. It's lucrative. It's well paid, and I think that there is a realization among shipping companies that there's a lot of competition for the best people, and so they need to up their game, and they're doing so.
Wonderful. So everybody who's tuned into this conversation, I hope you will join me in thanking our speakers today. I think we've had quite a wide-ranging conversation, which has hopefully given you a lot of food for thought. And I hope that you have been really active in the chats, because I know that there are questions you've got, and we'll make sure that we get you answers. But on behalf of me and the panel, thank you very much for being part of this conversation, and we look forward to the next one. Thank you.
Hello, good day everyone. I am Dr. Monique Mendoza from Nordic Medical Clinic, and I am here to share with you some insights regarding physical wellness while on board. All right, so we have this session and this presentation entitled Strong Bodies, Safer Seas. Okay, so when we speak of vessel operations, we often start with what's visible, right? We think about equipment, procedures, infrastructure. But if we are going to look closely, the true foundation of every voyage is actually something far more human. It's more of the crew's physical wellness. And today, I invite all stakeholders in attendance to shift the lens from the norm and to view physical wellness as something that's not just a personal fitness goal, but rather as a safety strategy, a leadership standard, and a shared responsibility. So let's dive deeper. Let's take a deeper dive into physical wellness. When we talk about physical wellness, too often, whenever we hear physical wellness, we immediately think of exercise routines, gym access, or probably, physical activities and the like. But in actuality, real physical wellness at sea is far more holistic. It's more than just a movement, and as I have mentioned earlier, it's more than just motivation. So as we say that it's actually more holistic, it actually includes nutrition. So what seafarers eat, it determines energy, immunity, mood stability, and even their metabolic health. Now, in one study published in 2019, they have found out that seafarers on board merchant ships, majority of them, or more than 50% of these examined seafarers had a normal BMI or body mass index, meaning many of them are actually on the overweight and obese side. So the onboard concern, I'm sure a lot of you are aware of this, is that there's easy access to processed food and refined sugars and very low access to fresh meals or at least healthier types of meals. So I'm going to give you a different set, a bunch of practical tips based on what we have seen so far that's effective to our different clients. Like, for example, when it comes to nutrition, one thing that we can do and start implementing for our crew is to start treating healthy meals on board, not just as a perk, but as a basic operational requirement. This is where good provision comes in, good training of catering department. They are actually they undergo this kind of training wherein they are made aware of how to prepare food the healthier way and something like that. Okay, so when we treat the healthy meals as a basic operational requirement, we are able to achieve better results when it comes to nutrition and physical fitness of the seafarers on board. Another thing about physical wellness, we should also be talking about sleep and recovery. So when it comes to sleep and recovery, there's this one article that featured a survey done by the U.S. government for their ships in 2021, and they have found out that while the most persistent and first cause of fatigue among their crew is undermanning, the second problem is actually something that was easy to fix, which was uncomfortable mattresses. So one thing that we could check in, no, and try asking ourselves as stakeholders, as people who make decisions for ships and the crew on board, are we designing schedules and environments that are actually allowing our crew for restorative sleep? Why? Because sleep deprivation affects coordination, attention, and emotional regulation. So, one action item is that we could promote quiet zones, create circadian friendly schedules, provide sleep education, or probably as simple as fixing or making sure that the mattresses provided for each crew is actually comfortable. Okay? And then, of course, we also have for our physical fitness or physical wellness, hydration and movement. Now, if we're going to look at a lot of different studies regarding the most common consultations on board for seafarers, we would always be seeing musculoskeletal as a common concern. Okay, so a lot of people would initially think, oh, probably it's because of continuous strain on their muscles during onboard activities, during work, or something like that. But actually, there's this one study that mentioned that yes, while that is true, when there is too much strain, prolonged and chronic fatigue on our muscles, the regular occurrence of any such weakness can also be a pointer to a weaker body. Lack of endurance or strength, and reduced levels of fitness. So, meaning it's not only the activities that we are doing on board, but it's also pointing to our strength, to our muscle, but to the muscles that we have in our body, and our ability to actually endure these kinds of activities. So, meaning movement is actually a crucial part of our physical wellness as well. So, what we can do for this one is to embed movement into daily activities. Like, for example, we do walking meetings, mobility breaks, or even onboard wellness drills. All right? Now, since we are talking about physical wellness, I want to also provide some insight regarding its impact on the other aspects of our health. I want to emphasize in this particular slide that physical wellness fuels mental wellness. Our body and mind are actually one. Poor sleep leads to emotional volatility. Nutrient deficiencies lead to increased anxiety. No, chronic pain contributes to depression. Now, if you will look at this particular study posted in front of you, it mentioned that different lifestyle practices, good lifestyle practices, actually promote and wellness of our body and our mental health, our minds, and it reduces the risk of depression. So, meaning physical wellness practices like your adequate sleep, your healthy meals, your movements are also, in fact, mental health interventions in disguise. Ultimately, a nourished body fuels a calmer mind. Your physical wellness fuels your mental wellness. That's how important physical wellness is. That's how important giving priority on physical wellness is. Okay? So, when we talk about physical wellness on a deeper scale, no, it's not always about just reacting and all about giving medications or doing the exercises once you've already felt the different issues in your body, but more so about the strategy of preventive medicine. Okay, so meaning prevention is strategy. When we look at it this way, I would like you to put your focus on repatriation. Okay, so we all know that repatriation actually costs a lot, right? That is why I'm telling you prevention will always be better than cure. Prevention is, saving us the labor of being sick. And when it comes to repatriation, the reasons for, being signed off as sick due to preventable condition, it's not actually just a personal loss, but rather it's a strategic failure for the organization. Let's try to look at the current global trend that we have among illnesses. Okay, so the most common reason for repatriation are actually medical illnesses. So when we look at the global trend for reasons that people get sick, or at least avail consultations, we see that majority of the cases are actually non-communicable diseases. That it's even projected that by 2048, many years from now, almost all diseases, almost all illnesses, or even the cause for death all over the world are actually because of non-communicable diseases. We have the same trend when it comes to consultations or reasons for illnesses or sickness on board. It's also the non-communicable diseases, particularly your lifestyle diseases. If you will look closely, you have there your musculoskeletal, as I have mentioned a while ago. It could be pointing to a weak body, something that a body that's not fit to endure activities, okay, easily strained or something like that. You have your gastrointestinal, you have your cardiovascular, genitourinary. Basically, these most common reasons why people get sick or become repatriated is because of non-communicable diseases or the lifestyle diseases. But aside from that, there are also what we call the infectious or communicable diseases. So when we talk about prevention as a strategy, putting wellness as a long-term risk mitigation uh, for the company or the organization, what we can do for this is actually integrate telemedicine and health monitoring tools as an essential navigation system for the crew. In one study, they have found out that telemedicine reduces emergency medical evacuations. Timely access for medical care at sea can reduce the need for ship deviations, repatriations, and it minimizes disruption to seafarers' work, ultimately also improving health outcomes. We can immediately provide medications before complications start to set in. All right? So, as I have said from the very beginning of this slide and this session, physical wellness is not only a personal fitness goal, it's actually a shared responsibility. Much like that, every health of a seafarer or crew on board is actually affected by a multitude of factors. Okay, it's not only the things that he's doing to himself, the practices that he has. It's not only about the food that he's eating. It's also about the different resources available to him. It's also about the environment where he is staying or residing. It's also about the people around him providing him support. So, since we are saying that this is a shared responsibility, what we can do is that decision makers can provide or equip vessels with the right resources. Leaders can normalize wellness practices and not stigmatize them. Companies can report on health KPIs, like for example, safety KPIs, but just the health segment. Okay, integrate wellness into policy and performance reviews. All right, so physical wellness is not something we set as a goal and encourage once or twice. Again, it's something we embed in our system. Okay, so at the end of the day, you do not rise to the level of your goals, we fall to the level of our systems. Physical wellness is not the sole burden of an individual. It must be embedded in our systems. We fall to the level of our systems. So, what kind of system do we have for our crew? Okay, I want to end with this one big message. Strong bodies don't just carry the weight of the work, they carry the weight of responsibilities for families, hope, the vessel safety, the reputation of the industry itself. But this kind of responsibility should not be it should not be on the shoulders of the seafarer alone. No seafarer should bear this weight alone. If we want safer seas, we need systems, support, and shared commitment. And when we act together, wellness at sea becomes not just possible, but sustainable. So, thank you.
Good day, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us for today's panel discussion on a topic that sits really at the very heart of sustainable maritime operations, and that is seafarer physical well-being. My name is Captain E. van den Borren. I'm the head of loss prevention for Asia Pacific at North Standard P&I. Part of my role, and in general for all of us in loss prevention, we don't just assess the risks after the facts. We try to preempt them. And when it comes to human factors, physical health is not just a welfare concern. It is a safety imperative and a critical component of operational resilience. When we speak of physical wellness at sea, we are talking about far more than just avoiding illness or injury. It's about supporting our seafarers to maintain physical strength, stamina, and resilience through proper nutrition, rest on board, exercise, and ergonomics, particularly when those seafarers are working in demanding environments for extended periods, often isolated from their families and from medical facilities. Our data from a P&I perspective shows a growing concern in this space. We continue seeing musculoskeletal injuries remaining prevalent. We are seeing cardiovascular and metabolic issues becoming more frequent. But here is the issue. Even with increased industry awareness, physical wellness remains the most underdeveloped pillar of seafarer well-being. Over the last couple of years, thanks to the pandemic, we have made really good progress on mental health, rightly so, but physical well-being should not be a neglected twin. Both are equally important to pay attention to. That's why today's panel on physical well-being is so important, and thanks very much to Safety for Sea for putting this great panel together. We are fortunate to be joined by 4 distinguished panelists with deep expertise and hands-on experience in improving seafarer health. First of all, we have Dr. Antonio Roberto Abaya, or Dr. Toby in short. He is the Chief Medical Officer at Health Metrics and brings a strategic health systems view to managing maritime medical services. We have Marinos Kokinis, who is the Managing Director at One Care Group, with frontline experience in designing and delivering onboard care solutions that work in practice, not just on paper. We have Dr. Christian Didoy Lubaton, who is the Managing Director of Nordic Medical Clinic, whose clinic is known for its progressive health and fitness screening programs tailored specifically to seafarers. And last but definitely not least, Dr. William Moore, who is Senior Vice President and Global Head of Loss Prevention at the American P&I Club, Fellow Advocate for Upstream's Risk Management and Health Promotion. Welcome, everyone. Together, all of us will explore what's working, what's not working, and what more we can and should do as an industry to try and embed physical wellness more into the culture and core operations of shipping. Let's begin with our first question to the panel. I would like for all of you to just introduce yourself briefly again and elaborate on what do you feel from your perspective, from your organization, what are the key challenges a seafarer is currently facing in maintaining their physical wellness whilst on board of a ship. And Dr. Toby, shall we start with you?
Yes, I'm Toby Abaya. I am the Chief Medical Officer of Health Metrics. We have been working with seafarers for the past almost 20 years. We deal with the pre-employment medical exam, consultations, clearances, and we also manage repatriations. During the course of the past 20 years, we have also engaged in doing serious epidemiologic research into what really are the causes of repatriation in the Philippines. We're proud to say that we have the largest database of repatriations in the world. So we use this data to look at what really makes the Filipino seafarer get sick. And we use this information to implement some interventions, whether it be through education, whether it be through crew conferences or outside any other forum where we can communicate our findings.
Thank you. Marinos?
Thank you, Captain Yves. My name is Marinos Fourkinis. I'm the Managing Director of One Care Group. We're supporting seafarers in the health and well-being aspects. We're looking anything from their, let's say, physical health to mental health. This includes preventative measures, includes nutrition, includes health risk assessments, and part of our programs as well includes physical activity. If we look at the essence of physical wellness, I would say this is not only foundational to safety and productivity at sea, but also it's a long-term health and career sustainability for every seafarer. Looking at the key challenges for the seafarers, it's known to everybody that the seafarers, they face long working hours, irregular sleep patterns, limited space, let's say, for physical activity, and restricted dietary options. These conditions obviously often lead to fatigue, physical strain, and sedentary lifestyle during off-duty hours. The cyclical nature of these constructs also interrupts continuity in healthy habits. That's all from my side, Captain Yves.
Thank you, Marinos. Dr. Didoy?
Thank you. Dr. Didoy Lubaton from Nordic Medical Clinic. And we do pre-employment medical examinations for Filipino seafarers and also supporting telemedicine and psychological support for our vessels. And I'd love to add to the conversation. I think the key challenge is the hardest part of staying well at sea for seafarers is the ship. The operations never sleeps, so neither does seafarers do not really fully recover. And there are factors like there's little space to move, limited healthy food at times, long hours that could wear people down, fatigue, wellness, physical wellness, and the holistic approach of full holistic wellness, not just on the body, but also the mind and resilience. You know, wellness sometimes becomes optional, and until we listen otherwise, when things get hard, like medical repatriations or sick cases already, I believe that a strong crew starts with a cared for body, and my body is my responsibility, but also it affects everybody on the ship and even people supporting from the shore. Physical wellness is not just about gyms or checklists, in my opinion. I think more than just the physical strength, we gotta look into the daily energy, endurance, and resilience of people when things get hard and operations become too tight sometimes, which is sometimes necessary. I think a quiet discipline to care for oneself, especially when no one's watching, that's something that we'd love to protect and help the crew. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. And Bill?
Yes. Hello, everybody. It's interesting. We've had our loss prevention activities associated with pre-employment medical examinations program that we instituted back in 2004. We began in the Philippines and jointly with along with Ukraine at the time. And first and foremost, I'd like to just say, and I'll probably say this more than once, but the strongest support from our ship owners cannot be underestimated. Our ship owners have been our membership owners have been extremely supportive of our loss prevention activities, and in particular, our pre-employment medical exam program. And the success of our pre-employment medical exam program can be very much attributed to them, as well as the seafarers who that we try to work with to maintain their fitness aboard ship. I do agree 100% that maintaining fitness aboard ship under difficult working conditions is one of the most important issues. But the one area that we cannot forget
is the lifestyles when they go ashore. We see that particularly, we have found many of our members, seafarers, that we find that their activities on board ship are quite healthy when it comes to eating and exercise and things outside of that. But when they get home is when they fall off a little bit, which is understandable. But I just wanted to point that out to begin.
I think it's actually a really good point, Bill. And it is something that companies can look into as well when they are putting their well-being programs together, that they focus on the off-contract period as well. Maybe something we can come back to. But let's stay on the topic of the pre-employment medicals, because quite a few of you mentioned this. And of course, we have the difference between doing the basic mandatory PME, and then we have the various enhanced PMEs that either companies have in place or that the various clubs have in place. What are the main issues that you see coming? And I'll focus this on Dr. Didoy and Dr. Toby first. From the various PME examinations that you are carrying out, what do you see as the main points or the main stumbling blocks for seafarers? Is there something that we can do to try and get across those points? Sorry, Didoy.
Thank you. Well, we've seen challenges with particular seafarers wherein they do their PMA at the last minute when they have to go on board the ship. And that poses a problem because our role and our deliverables also with cooperation to our owners is we have to reduce the risk as much as possible. It's not just an MLC DOH standard, which is Filipino DOH, but we also have PNI standards and such. And sometimes it's not easy to pass through. We've seen the trends of non-communicable, which are lifestyle diseases, and that's not easy to control. And more often, they come in earlier, younger, and I think the lack of education is something that, at least in the Filipino community for seafarers, is something we're really trying to work with. I think testing is good, but teaching plus testing makes a lot of difference in the long term. So healthy behaviors are learned by them understanding their conditions and then empowering them and supporting them throughout their lifestyle, and ashore and also on board.
Thank you. And Dr. Toby, from your perspective?
Generally, the seafarers are scared of their pre-employment medical exams. There's still this misconception that we're out to get them and to make them, screen out the people who are unfit. But the truth is, our numbers show that 98% of the people who pass through our doors eventually get fit. Some may take 3 days, some may take 2 weeks, some may take even a month to control their sugar, control their hypertension, but then we still get them on board. As a matter of fact, what we say is, we will do everything we can to make sure that you get on board, but you've got to help yourself too. And that's what's crucial. They have to understand, and they do actually. They do understand the importance of health. You can see it already when we do our crew conferences. And the numbers, again, at the end of the day, will show that they're healthy. As I've spoken and again with our repatriation, since we are able to just correlate numbers, we have a repatriation rate of 1.5% in a very confident number of cases. We have a significant number of cases which we have studied throughout the past 10, 12 years. And a 1.5% repatriation rate reflects really on the health of our seafarers. So the PME is just a screen. They eventually go on board. And they do well on board.
And Bill, if I come to you on that same topic from your perspective, how do you see the difference between members that you have that are using your enhanced PME against other members that are not using it? And it'll probably be similar what it is for North Standard, but how do you see the effectiveness?
Well, for particular nationalities for the American Club, our PME program is actually mandatory. I think it's recommendatory for most clubs, but I know that for us it's been mandatory, particularly for certain nationalities. But I'd just like to reemphasize the point that Dr. Abaya just made, that basically that there's a lot of, or there can be a lot of angst from time to time for seafarers who come to get their PMEs completed. For lack of a better term, failure rate of the PMEs are extremely low. They're extremely low, and they're slightly different from country to country for the countries where our PMEs are mandatory. But our numbers show, particularly for Philippines, that are consistent with what Dr. Abaya just said. It's probably about 2.5%. Repatriations are very low. It's very rare it's relatively rare we get a repatriation. And if it's a repatriation, we look at all our repatriations, but in particular those where we actually have a PME program. And we find that basically there's only a relatively small few that are actually related to something that can be attributed to the PME. And a lot of times it's after some period of time. So it may have, a condition may have built up over time to something that's a little unfair to actually say it's directly related to the PME. But we're very pleased with our PME program, very pleased with our network of clinics. They do an excellent job for us.
And how do you think we can try and encourage more ship operators out there to go for these enhanced PMEs? Because I think from the club's perspective, we know that it works. We know that, and like you say, it's not about trying to catch them. It's about trying to help them get healthy and then go on board of a ship, so that they basically don't lose their life or don't risk losing their life while they are on board. But how can we encourage ship owners to sign up for enhanced PMEs, because they are a lot more expensive? And anybody?
Is that directed towards me? The question.
Well, yours is mandatory, so that helps.
Yeah, ours is mandatory.
Encouraging.
Yeah. But they're very supportive. Like I mentioned, our ship owners are extremely supportive of our PME program. There's no doubt about that. They make that very clear. Yes.
Toby or Didoy?
I would say about 90% of the people we see are already undergoing comprehensive exams. So it's not just the P&I clubs who mandate it. Generally, most ship owners already realize and recognize the importance of a comprehensive exam. And I keep trying to tell that to the seafarers. It's good we're testing you for your lipid profile and testing your kidney function and your sugar. It's always something that should be done anyway. That's good medicine. We all who are land-based would need to have to do this, so why not do it themselves? So it's, I think, more and more a trend. Let me, however, say that there is one thing lacking. We're seeing that more and more musculoskeletal and injuries occur. And are you asking, can the PME do something? Well, there are tests that can be done, and these are the functional capacity evaluations, and they're basic things we teach. I think one of the reasons people get accidents is they're tired. They lack sleep. So if we work on these issues, get them to rest more, rest both mind and body, then we're going to get better performance out of our seafarers and avoid accidents.
Let's stay then on that topic. How can we try and encourage our seafarers to look after their physical well-being when they are on board? We know that they are very busy. We know that they are in and out of port. They are busy with cargo operations, maintenance, overtime. When they are off work, they want to talk to their family. They'll have the internet available nowadays, so they'll be busy on their video calls to the family. How are we going to then encourage them to take more rest or do more physical activities on board?
If I could answer and add to the discussion, Captain Hughes, I think it has to be personal. I mean, we have different cultures here, I understand, but it has to be a personal motivation for the seafarer to take care of themselves physically. Like, why would I eat healthier food when bad food is much more delicious and tastier? Well, because there's a higher thing, there's a higher purpose. So you can go through the inconvenience seemingly, but if you give them a vision for the future, so it has to be personal. And the way we do things is at least in our organization, we have to share to them that this is something that you cannot outsource to anybody. Your health, you cannot pay someone to sleep for you or to eat better for you or to exercise for you. And that would be for your gain. It is only your personal responsibility. And the doctor can only prescribe but cannot do all of these things for you. So it has to be personal. It has to be attached to, at least for Filipinos, the culture is we're very collective. So the way we say it is you gotta take care of yourself because you're taking care of your family. If you don't, the problem is, there will be so many problems that would rise because of this. So, it's not to scare people, but to actually empower them and really give them practical tips. And, how do we really do things? How are we able to apply these on board while ashore or ashore? So I think it has to be deeply personal. At least in our organization, we really do it one-on-one and educate the seafarer.
Thank you, Doctor. Marinos, can I bring you in at this point as well for your thoughts on this?
Yeah, sure. I believe we need to make wellness as part of the culture, not compliance. It's easier said, let's say, than done. From, let's say, our operations, we are seeing a rise in lifestyle-related conditions such as obesity, hypertension, and diabetes, even among, let's say, younger crew members. So it has to be awareness, education, and culture change here. Some options, let's say, to implement this and make it a success could be recognition programs or peer-led health initiatives and on-board wellness champions, which could help in such cases. Importantly, though, it should be that the leadership must, let's say, walk the talk. And when a ship manager is prioritizing wellness, crews are more likely to follow. And this is what we've seen, let's say, from our client base.
And is there a way that we can, with all the technology that nowadays is available and the fact that we are all wearing smart devices and everything is being tracked, is there a way that we can use technology to try and motivate seafarers to be more physically active on board?
Sure. Let's say wearables, let's say, can track sleep, activity, and heart rate, and provide early warnings, or some other platforms, AI-driven platforms, can guide seafarers on nutrition and fitness, let's say, in real time. If we look at it further, like telemedical systems can escalate issues before they become critical. The key here, I believe, it's an integration into the daily routines and, let's say, not isolated solutions or campaigns or initiatives. It should be a holistic approach in order, let's say, to create this culture and give as well, utilize technology, which is just an enablement to move forward.
Bill, sorry, Dr. Didoy, go ahead.
I just thank you for it. So technology can support in 4 key ways, in my opinion. Well, first, yes, I agree with the monitoring. Wearables can track sleep. You can have the heart rates and early warnings of fatigue and stress. Aside from monitoring, you can have coaching. You now see mobile apps that could provide health tips, onboard workout routines, and personalized nutrition. And then the communication lines can also help better. there would be a better seamless access to doctors, psychologists, counselors, and make it a community engagement, which brings me to the fourth one. Engagement matters if we want technology to be adopted. I've seen gamifying wellness challenges and group goals. It could be growing a culture of shared responsibility. But last point is, let's remember, technology must be human-centered. Adoption grows when seafarers feel that it serves them, not just to spy on them and not just to fill up a metric or not. But it has to be again human-centered, and there's human support with it, and adoption not just for an individual but organizational and going for it all together. I think that's where we can use the tools of technology in a better way for the human being on board.
Thank you, Dr. Dido. I think that's a really good point on making the technology human focused, human centric, definitely. Bill, any thoughts on technology from your side?
That was very much along the lines that Dr. Dido just mentioned, very much along the lines of what our position has been and some of the feedback we've gotten from seafarers and ship owners and the like, that basically, you know, the monitoring systems and the like, that's all great and fine and dandy as long as it's something which is personal. It's something which is being monitored by the ship owner or by third parties. That's when it gets a little uncomfortable for them. If it's something that, if it's sold and, you know, basically promoted to seafarers saying, hey, it's something you can have for your own good, take it or leave it. You know, it's up to you. Here's the opportunity. I think it'll be a bit more acceptable. But if it's something which is being considered to be monitored by a third party, that's when privacy issues and seafarers get a little uneasy about that. That's been what we've seen.
Thank you. Let's go on to if things go wrong on board. The days that you had to call up over VHF to try and get medical advice, those are long gone. We have telemedicine available. We have medical kits available that you can put on board that connect remotely to a doctor ashore. How has that changed physical well-being on board? Is that now a lot better, or do we still see operators that are reluctant to use telemedicine or put kits on board? Anybody? Marinos first.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, we see that access, let's say, still remains limited, especially, let's say, for not acute but important conditions. Telemedicine, as you said, has improved things, but many shippers, let's say, still lack proper diagnostics and internet bandwidth. Let's say minimum standard of medical tech, as well training of officers and reliable connectivity are essential to bridge this gap.
Thank you. Dr. Dido?
I agree. Accessibility really varies now widely, depending on vessel type, equipment, and route, wherever they are in the world. While telemedicine has really improved, we see some barriers such as inconsistent connectivity and bandwidth issues. We've seen the experience of language barriers and the lack of medical literacy on board. We need to educate them on specific terms. Some people, even if there isn't enough specific medication to control that situation, but they don't want to inject to the body. So, so I know there's training for it, but maybe some would have fear of being reported. That's why anonymous, especially due to the repatriation risk or whatnot. So seafarers need to feel safe. Yeah, we need to train onboard personnel on basic triage, first aid, mental first aid. And I think this is one last thing that would really help. there has to be a clear escalation protocol. Like they have specific training. If this happens, they should be able to handle it with first aid, whether it's physical or mental health. And then where do they ask for help? Who do they ask for? Who do they inform? And what is a clear established protocol, especially on severe, moderate, low risk cases? And I think that brings about courage and also the right kind of behavior.
Thank you. Dr. Toby?
Yeah, telemedicine has improved tremendously over the past 5 years and even improved during the pandemic years. We all know that the pandemic improved the way we communicate and the way we meet. And therefore, people of all professions have taken advantage of this new mode where we can relay privately and securely our symptoms. And also importantly, we can relay our feelings. So I feel that this is where telemedicine has shown itself more now, because now, especially during the last conference we attended on maritime health, there are hundreds of counseling services for seafarers, and they boast that it's really for free and you can call, and they have all these issues to deal with. So I'm quite happy that language isn't even a barrier. Sometimes the pastors talk about the Filipino seafarer just talking in Filipino. He doesn't understand a single word, whether it be in face or over the internet. He just needs someone to vent to, and that sometimes is crucial. And that is the that's why we're very happy that they're out in the open and willing to talk about all these issues. As for medicals, I believe that there are so many even national radio services that have really mastered already the way of dealing with medical emergencies at sea. So we're pretty confident we're on the right path and continue to improve so in telemedicine.
Thank you. And Dr. Toby, you touched on the symposium that took place quite recently in Rotterdam. Are there any other highlights from that? What was it? I think it's a 3-day symposium. It was what?
Yes. The symposium actually was interesting because the cruise companies showed up, the telemedicine services showed up, the PIMI clinic showed up, and there was basically a consensus, along with the paper of Dr. Huerta from Nordic Clinic. We found out that the basic and the highest cause of repatriations were either injuries or musculoskeletal issues, specifically low back pain. And then the other disease, which didn't surprise me because I knew this all along, that really went out of the way was really dental issues. Dental issues I thought was a Filipino thing, but it looks like it's a worldwide thing. It's everyone gets dental problems on board. And I always quote this on my talk that dental disease is the most preventable disease in the world. And yet a great number of cases are reported on board. They've got to divert, they've got to make a short leave, they've got to delay everything. And when you add up one toothache to another extraction, by the end of the year, their bills are tremendous. So, they sort of identified worldwide and for the shipping industry, the numbers and the real causes. While you say there are metabolic diseases, it's still backbreaking work. It's still causing injuries. It's still causing people pain. So if we can really focus on what those issues are between dental, musculoskeletal, and injury, we can improve the health of our seafarers even more.
Thank you. Dr. Didoy, thoughts on the symposium?
I wasn't there, but two of my colleagues from Nordic Medical Clinic, Dr. Margarita Huerte, who's the principal author of the paper, presented it to the community. And what I got and the feedback is she's now also part of the board of the International Maritime Health. And I think the gist is there has been great progress. and we can do more. We can be more proactive rather than just reactive. And I agree what Dr. Toby said, the stakeholders are coming all together. So imagine from the PEMI clinics to the mental health practitioners, and with the support of the cruise industry, which is the biggest employer also, plus then you go for the owners and this and that. I think we're in the right direction, and I think at least from the medical side and the practitioners, we're organizing ourselves, and we're ready to tackle the physical and mental health issues. And I agree, there have been identifiers already where we can focus on injuries, back-breaking work, like Dr. Toby said, musculoskeletal, dental. Maybe let's just focus there first, and a little bit of mental health. Focus on those campaigns, and maybe over a course of time, we will see it makes a lot of difference. So.
But if we talk about dental as one of the reasons that you mentioned that is a main issue globally, dental issues do not develop on board. It's something that comes from before. So what is the issue with seafarers? Is it that they either have a bad dental hygiene, or is it that they are waiting until they are on board to showcase it?
It starts with that. They already start with a poor dental hygiene. So it's hard to change habits, especially if they're not being monitored. We had one principal who just kept, letting us know, and then we said, as far as we're concerned, the guy can chew, his teeth are clean. But once we cleaned it for him, we tell him to brush his teeth. And it's not only for Filipinos, I gather, it's from many different countries, developing countries who work, especially in the cruise industry. I'm very surprised. They make that an issue, really. And these are not the front-facing workers, but those who work in the laundry rooms, in the engines, and back in the hotel, in the kitchen. So they're backroom staff, and they come from developing countries where dental hygiene is not a priority, neither for their government nor for the individual, and therefore we've got to work on that. So there's got to be a bigger campaign really focusing on dental issues. As I said, it's the most preventable disease in the world. Why we can't do that is really something we should work on altogether, really, both on the side of the clinics and even the ship owners.
Sorry, Dr. Didoy, go ahead.
Thank you. I agree. Yes, we gotta do a lot of work on dental hygiene. Not a lot of people are flossing. Brushing may not be enough. Not everybody's flossing. And then I agree with you. Seafarers sometimes wait for them to be on board and get it done because it's for free. They don't know that in the bigger scheme of things, it's gonna hurt everybody. I think, at least from the PEME side, we've learned that oral examination from our dentists may not be fully enough. So if our dentists suspect some particular areas, we even do our targeted X-ray on specific areas, which is part of the package, just so there is evidence, and that's what we use. That film could be developed anytime. And that could be used to educate the seafarer. This is not good. Given a few months on board, which is your contract is about 7 months, this could get worse. We need to get it worked out. I think it's the behavior of the seafarers is everything seems to be fine until we prove them not yet. Look at this burden of disease, and it's your personal responsibility. This is a risk for you and everybody on board. So I think identifying the dental cases and better screening, perhaps here ashore before they get on board, I think it would really help a lot. And so far with our customers, we've seen it go down when we not to be just too strict, but to really educate the seafarer of what's going on with them. Because some people would feel, I'm okay, I don't have a problem. But until we show them why.
I'm going to put a question out there. How many seafarers, when they are off contract, have access to dental insurance to go and see a dentist and to get a filling done, regardless of nationality?
I honestly can't say, but I know particularly just a quick point based upon what we've been talking about. We haven't, at least in our experience with our PME program, we focus on the dental component of it, but we have a parallel program for our U.S. seafarers called U.S. Coast Guard Plus, and we do focus on the dental issues. It does seem to be more of an issue for us with the U.S. seafarers, at least from what our experiences have shown us. But when they're off contract, that's a little different. Maybe the others can have a better answer to that.
Marinos?
From let's say our experience, there is very limited coverage and shoreside when the crew is on leave on dental aspects. Also, many cases we do come across to poor practices coming from some of the PME clinics. And no offense, doctors here, but I'm not talking specifically about Philippines. In general, we've seen, let's say, in some countries that when we were analyzing the claims of the client, and we've seen, let's say, how many dental cases they had, we've seen high numbers coming, let's say, and linked to a specific clinic, let's say, that indicated that the practice was not up to standards. And then the result was that crew members will end up on board, and then they had to go and fix their teeth in different parts of the world, including the US, which we all know that the bills are really high when it comes to dental.
I think there's a pattern developing from the various discussions so far, really with a focus on supporting the seafarer when they're off contract. Really, when we talked about the dental just now, or earlier when we talked about lifestyle, I think that's really important for the operators, for the ship owners, that they have to take care of their crew when off contract. Of course, that is the difficult part, because then they are not under contract and the owner is not obligated to provide anything to the seafarer. That is the interesting discussion. Any final thoughts on this? Otherwise, we'll move on to something.
On dental, Captain Eve, I think it's to be fair, ship owners, managers have really supported and have done everything as we could. It's really up to the seafarer as well. The behavior of the seafarers need to be better, and behaviors can only change when their habits are changed, lifestyles change, because their minds, perspectives have changed. So we gotta do a lot of work on health literacy, if I may say that, and seeing a bigger perspective for the seafarer. It takes long, but it does make progress. And I think, for example, just to give it very quick example, I have seen other seafarers hate our clinic, if I may say that, because we do not allow temporary fillings. And these temporary fillings could just, go for a few months, and they are 3-4 times cheaper than the permanent fillings.
Oh, technical issue. You're back. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, where did I miss? All right.
You were talking about the temporary fillings that were not allowed at your clinic.
Yes, and it takes a lot of one-on-one conversation to the seafarer and tell them why we don't allow it. Because in the bigger scheme of things, it's not going to be good for you, not going to be good for everybody. And seafarers generally, I understand. Just because it was allowed before, it doesn't necessarily mean it's good. So there's an influence of behavior coming from knowledge, understanding, and proactiveness.
Thank you. Dr. Toby.
Last than this, we have one interesting principal who decided to take into their hands, and we help them. And the basic was, we identified those people with who we knew. Sometimes when you do an oral exam, you do all the cleaning, you still know that this guy is gonna have problems because he really will not brush his teeth. When we identify these people, we shared it with the crewing a department back to the ship owner, and the ship owner sent it to the captain and said, please tell this AB and this OS to brush their teeth. And he made sure that their teeth was, so it's a collaboration really on both sides. Telling them on 1 day or 2 days during their pre-employment medical exam won't work. They've got to be reminded continuously. And sure enough, with the nagging program, we call it, the nagging program, we got improvement. There were less issues. As I said, it's the most preventable disease.
Good. Let's move on to onboard diets. We know it is important to eat healthy. We know there is plenty of distractions available of things that are much more tastier. But we also know that it is not always easy for the chief cook on board to produce something healthy because they are limited in the provisions that they are getting, either because it is controlled by the company or because the ship itself is buying the provisions and is choosing not to buy certain things. So how can we improve basically the physical well-being by trying to improve the diet on board? Who, Marinos?
I'll take this one as an ex-catering person. Yeah, there are different aspects, Captain Sif, here. We're looking at, let's say, what we call the balance nutrition. We know that many, let's say, ship owners or ship managers, they have in place catering companies looking into that. They're training the cooks. There are many programs, let's say, and options in place. There are also companies that they control everything, and from the spending to the variety to the quality, etc. So it's not one size fits for all. But there are options, let's say, in place. From my experience, especially in my previous tenure, let's say, when I've worked in this business, the biggest issue is the awareness of the crew, and as well to the cook. Meaning that you may be having all the ingredients on board and an established menu, but this is sometimes hardly followed, in the sense that some nationalities, they will kill everything in the fryer. So you are providing them, let's say, salmon steaks, and they will fry them. So it's also a matter of education. And in our front, let's say now on this role, when we're looking at balanced nutrition and improving, let's say, the diet, especially when it comes to chronic diseases, etc., it's also about having these one-on-one engagements with the seafarers and advising them and creating the awareness. And I'm not saying that menus on board should change, dramatically, etc. But it has to be again a holistic approach from what is served on board to what the seafarers actually eat.
Thank you. One of the other panelists, Dr. Toby, or Bill, go on. Oh, sorry. Toby, you go.
Yeah. There is this unofficial record that the chief cook is the most important person on board the ship. He is the one who measures the temperature and the temperament of crew. And therefore, he has this really difficult job of keeping the crew happy. And therefore, I think his job is two-pronged. He's not only supposed to give nutrition, but to make people happy. in effect, they will influence the mental health of these guys. You can feed them healthy food, but if they're grumbling on the side, we're not getting a happy ship at all. So happiness is two-pronged. It can keep them healthy. It can keep them both nutritionally well-fed and keeping their own gustatory needs satisfied. And therefore, I just always tell people, eat what you want to eat, everything in moderation, sorry. And, if it's good for you, if it tastes good, it's probably unhealthy, but just do everything that you can to keep yourself happy on board. I mean, I don't want to judge it. I know we have all the menus there, but guys, let's be realistic. I think overall temperament is sometimes trumps your overall health.
Interesting. Bill?
Well, historically, being in the business for a while, that the stories I hear from ship owners is that basically when trouble starts on a ship, and if it's going to start on the ship, it starts in the galley with regard to the food, and particularly if you have multiple nationalities and the like. But that aside, the big issue for us has always been for us with physical health. Other than things that you put in your body. Certain nationalities, we do have issues with alcohol, particularly in Eastern Europe or seafarers from Eastern Europe. But particularly, I would say when it comes to the general health issues, there's the three killers: salt, fat, and sugar. Too much of the three, or too much of the combination of three is really what creates, I would say, a significant share of those physical conditions that impact, whether it's hypertension, whether it's diabetes, blood sugar, all these different matters. That's really what we find being as far as diet is concerned. Most ship owners, that I engage and talk to these days, they're pretty good about trying to keep a better eye and manage what foods are bought. MLC had an impact upon that, with regard to balanced diets, chefs being and food preparers being well trained, particularly not on how to prepare food, but I'm sure that had a lot to do also with, what foods to prepare. So that's my thoughts on the matter. At the time, I'm interested in hearing what other people have to say.
Thanks, Bill. Dr. Didoy.
Thank you. We have to identify in the holistic approach, the environment shapes the behavior. We got to start with the cook, our frontline worker at sea. The person needs to have the right training and guidance and support. The cook doesn't just feed the crew. The cook is able to fuel performance and prevent disease. So the cook should be on our healthcare side. Next, the captain needs to play a role when leadership on board supports proper food provisioning, respects nutrition as part of the safety culture. A whole culture shifts to the positive, healthy side. And if I may say this, I know people may be listening to this. Finally, management needs to back it up with real budget, better suppliers, policies that prioritize quality nutrition, not just cost saving. So from the galley to the bridge to the office ashore, everybody can play a role in keeping our seafarers nutrition, they're well fed and they're feeling well.
When we look at physical wellness and diet on board, we know that there are differences. Bill was alluding to some nationalities, they have a preference on alcohol. Other nationalities have a preference on salty food. When we see all these, whether it is a regional difference or a cultural difference between the various nationalities that now all ship owners have on board, how is that going to influence the health program and the well-being that needs to be put in place on board?
So if I may answer, unless you call someone else. I've seen a ship owner that employs Filipinos and then Eastern European and also Indian food. They train their cooks for the different kinds of nationality food. They provided and they train. There's enough training. There's hands-on training, and there's a retraining up to the standard that they want. Secondly, they provided the real recipes and the cookbooks that they can really use. There's a provision for it. There's a program platform for it, and there's really management support, because it's hard to be healthy when your budget is very low, especially on trades on expensive parts. So it has to be a collaboration. In our opinion, in our best experience, it has to work together.
Thank you. Dr. Toby.
I like to believe that seafarers of all nationalities want to have a long and healthy career at sea. They're not in it for one contract or two contracts. Well, some I know are there, but the greater majority want to have long careers at sea. After a few contracts, they may think twice, but the great majority still want to do it. They also realize that they have to be in a certain type of condition to do this kind of job day in and day out. And therefore, again, looking at our statistics and looking at our numbers of repatriations and the kind of fitness rates we have at our pre-employment, they manage. There is no major alarm on the increase of unhealthy diets or cardiovascular disease. Cardiovascular disease is increasing whether you're sea-based or land-based all over the world. It's the #1 killer in the world. So they're doing the best that they can, and that's what I tell the seafarers. When I ask them, how many of you think you're healthy? And they raised their hands, and I said, you're probably right. Because they actually come to recognize the fact that this is something they have to do. So we're pretty proud of their own efforts. Like anyone in their profession, they do what they have to do, given the limitations and the risks that they have to face.
Thank you. Marinos?
I would like to mention some stuff from our program, if it's okay. Our program, let's say, delivers a few aspects. Personalized, let's say, nutrition guidance. This is through a digital platform based on individual, let's say, health profiles and risk factors which are identified during the PEMI. Also with the collaboration of a catering company, we have what we call the onboard dietary assessments and galley audits. So the goal here is to help the ship operators align their meal offering with evidence-based nutrition standards. And we run a number of, let's say, health education campaigns focused on hydration, portion control, disease prevention, like diabetes and hypertension. And finally, the program is integrated with wellness and fitness. So it has a more holistic approach, ensuring that nutritional goals, let's say, support the physical activity and the recovery. And the aim here is to reduce as well fatigue, enhance the alertness, and contribute to better, let's say, clinical outcomes, making nutrition, I would say, as a core pillar to the operational safety and crew well-being, if I would put it into context. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we come to our closing parts, Bill, I want to not really put you on the spot here, but from the insurance perspective, from our P&I side, of course, we have the PMI programs in place. We have the guidance available. Is there something from a P&I perspective we can do more actively to try and promote physical well-being?
Actually, I think we do a pretty good job of it so far. I can honestly say, like, there may be issues with smaller ship owners and ship owners who don't, have, as proactive, let's say small mom and pop shop operators. But I must admit, we've had very good success with them. And I must say that the ship owners appreciate one thing I will say, because I think it goes back to PMEs, it goes back to safety issues, that our ship owner or our membership owners appreciate all the efforts that we make on the PME side, safety, loss prevention, very much focused on seafarers and prevention of incidents and accidents. Because with everything going on with decarbonization, environmental issues, they've expressed it to me as it's sucked all the oxygen out of the room. And they say, hey, we really like for you all the loss prevention initiatives that you actually do. Yes, focus on environmental issues, but we really want you focusing on the safety issues. Pre-employment medical exams, loss prevention initiatives and the like. Very much, the seafarers say fire prevention, all these things that, slips, trips, and falls, as I like to call them, the non-sexy stuff. Because that's really what's creating, a concern for us in the industry, and what adds up and, attritionally and adds up with regard to safety. So I don't know whether that answers the question the way you wanted to, but that's pretty much a perspective that I've been gathering from our environment where we are.
Thank you, Bill. We are running out of time. I'm going to ask all of you for one last brief, like a closing statement. And just if you could give one piece of advice to ship operators, to ship management companies who want to improve their seafarers' physical wellness on board, what would be your one piece of advice, Marinos?
I would say that as an industry, captains, we often speak about safety, performance, and compliance, but physical wellness, in my opinion, underpins all three. A healthy crew is not just a moral imperative, let's say, it's a strategic asset. And it needs to be recognized by all the ship managers, operators. Let's say the time has come to stop, let's say, treating the wellness as an optional initiative and start embedding it into the operational DNA of the organization. Whether, let's say, this is about smart ship designs, better access to care, or meaningful collaborations, there is a need to do some changes. I always say that if we invest in our people, they will return the investment tenfold in performance, loyalty, and resilience.
Thank you. Dr. Toby?
One of the things I presented in Rotterdam was the fact that in the past 10 years, the repatriation rates have gone down significantly. And the biggest change really was that there were less accidents and injuries. And I, although not scientifically proven, I like to pinpoint MLC 2006, which focused on seafarer health, mandatory rest times, improving the welfare of the seafarer on board. And therefore, the piece of advice I always share is that, socio-political reform in now, it was MLC 2006, has affected health outcomes. And it's as simple as giving people mandatory rest, enough sleep time, which is physiologic, which is a basic need. We need to reboot our minds and our bodies. And if we keep rebooting them properly and giving enough rest, our seafarers will be strong enough the next day, avoid accidents, avoid the wear and tear. And that addresses the real issues of the risks on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Didoy.
You for this panel. If I could just leave one thought to the owners, to the ship managers, crew managers, please do not just invest in the ship. Please invest in the people who move it and bring it to life. Our crew is our greatest asset. It's all about people. And when we prioritize in our agenda crew health, not just with policies, but with real provision, training, and felt care, you don't just comply, you care. Compliance with regulations is usual, but when you care and people know it, they know it if you care. You create loyalty, resilience, and performance. Nutrition, rest, medical access, mindset, these aren't extras, they are very essential. A strong, healthy crew, they just sail better. They make our seas safer with them. They stay longer, they work safer, and the company's reputation lifts up with pride when your seafarers speak for themselves. So my one take, please lead the way in wellness, not just in physical wellness, but in overall well-being of our crew. It will return back to you. It's good for business, and it's not just numbers in business alone. It will give you life satisfaction and meaning that cannot be measured. So thank you.
Thank you. Bill?
Just one final takeaway again, Dr. Vaya touched on it briefly before. The failure rates, particularly from the P&I perspective, and Dr. Vaya says he's been collecting very detailed statistics on this. Failure rates of the PMEs that we perform, enhanced PMEs that we request to be performed, are very small. It's a very small number, somewhere in the order, like I said, between 2 to 3.5%, depending upon the country. But again, it's relatively small. And what we try to remind, and what's really important for us to, we know that, well, let's take a step back. We know that ship owners have certain people they definitely want to make sure they put on board ship. It is not our job as a P&I club or as in our demands for the medical screening and the proper medical screening to keep them from hiring that person. It's our job to hopefully get them on board ship, but get them on board ship in a medical condition whereby they're fit. And that's something that we convey to the ship owners. Ship owners have been very supportive of that. It took some time over the 20 years to get them to understand that. It took a bit of time for the seafarers too, and still that's a bit of a challenge with them. But we want to make sure that everybody's aware of the condition that the seafarer's in when he takes employment, and that he has the proper medications or lifestyle that basically make it so it's workable for him to be fit on board ship and stay safe.
Thank you. And thanks very much to all of you for giving us this time, and the viewers, your ideas and your thoughts on this topic. I think it was a really interesting discussion. It has definitely reminded us how important physical wellness is. It's not just a luxury, it's not a bonus. It's very much a baseline requirement to make sure that ships are being operated safely and effectively. And just one last thought on this, and we really need to keep this conversation going, not just in these webinars. It needs to be going in the mess rooms, in the engine rooms, in the galleys, in the boardrooms, very much from the top down. So thanks very much from all of you for being part of this discussion. Thanks to all everybody who is tuning in to this, and safe sailings. Bye-bye.
Good day, everyone. I'm Dr. Asif. I work for the International Transport Worker Federation. I'm sure many of you know about us. We are an umbrella organization of transport trade union, representing 19 million workers in 150 plus countries. And half of this 19 million, 500,000 of them are seafarers. So we, as the ITF, seafarers is a very important part of what we do. Today, I am personally very happy to represent my organization, ITF, in the Safety for Sea Crew Welfare Week a presentation series. I will be talking about healthy and happy seafarers on board and at home. The reason I want to talk about healthy and happy seafarers on board and at home issue is that when we talked about our health, we usually talked about our physical health, and sometimes the mental health component is completely missing, especially in seafaring supplying country where most of the seafarers are coming from. So it's very important that when we're talking about seafarers, when we are talking about safety on board ship, it is very important that we talked about healthy and happy seafarers on board ship. And for us, it's not only on board ship, also at home when they go back to home after their contract and waiting for the next contract to happen. So I want to start with the point that why mental health is so important for seafarers. For some years now, we are talking about it. We are saying that mental health is important. We need to do something. But there was lack of solid evidence. There was lack of solid data to make the point that, yes, mental health is so important for seafarers. As many of you, I'm sure you know about the Yale University study that ITF Seafarer Trust and ITF Seafarer Section commissioned to Yale University to conduct it. And it was a global survey. It was done before the COVID, and it was published late 2019 before the COVID. And I want to emphasize that during the COVID time, the mental health issue came more in highlight. More people were struggling with mental health problems during the COVID and still continuing the struggle. So if we look at the data given by Yale University study, and again, it was a global study with 1,600 samples. Again, I want to highlight, it's not an ITF study. It's a study done by Yale University, one of the best public health university in the world. According to them, 28% seafarers have depression and anxiety. Depression means too much stress and anxiety. And it's not about stress, my friend. I just want to make it very clear. All of us listening to this and will be listening to this have stress and will have stress. So we are talking about 28% seafarers have mental health condition which needs treatment. So and there are many other Google search, that really shows that mental health is an issue. But this study done by reputed university make the point very clear. Mental health is an issue on board ship. And when we are talking about safe ship, and I always see the word safe ship, and I think if a safe ship, so-called safe ship, we see seafarer having depression, anxiety, it's not really safe. I think it's very important that we call basically safe and happy ship, where the technical part of safety is there. At the same time, the healthy seafarers are there, because at this moment, lots of seafarers are struggling and suffering with depression and anxiety. So why seafarers' mental health is important? Again, we all know about long time, long contract. I will not highlight that. But I also want to make the point that there's a whole recruitment process and abandonment. There are some of the seafarers who goes through manning agents which are fully corrupt. They have to pay a lot of money to get a job. And again, they take loan and they start the job. And when they start the job, they don't get the payment they're supposed to get. And then if you look at the ILO report and the ITF report, number of abandonment ship, number of seafarers suffering from this problem is highlighted in a significant in the recent months. And again, coming from Europe, I live in Europe, but I'm from Bangladesh. Wherever you go, mental health is still a taboo and stigma. So again, this is one of the reasons. And again, we cannot forget that many of the seafarers who are on the sea now are millennial and Z generation. They're born with a device or mobile phone. So we have to make sure when we are talking about mental health problem and how to solve them, how to help them, we must think about this generation, because many of the seafarers who are working on board ship today are from that generation. At the same time, we must not forget harassment and bullying is there. I will share a very quick study. But at the same time, number of the companies has mental health program, but the seafarer don't use that service because they're afraid of blacklisting. They're afraid of like not getting the job next time. So maybe it's not true. It's a perceived mistrust, but it is there. And when I talk to the seafarers, they know that they're a company-run well-being program, but they are not happy or they're not comfortable using those services. And as I said, harassment and bullying is there. And again, I want to show a study done by the Norwegian Seafarer Union. And we have seen that sexual harassment does happen on board ship. Yes, the women seafarers are more subjected to it, but the men seafarers are also subject to harassment and bullying. So all this compounding factor making the seafarer vulnerable to mental health. And again, we have to understand that the access to service, is very limited. So seafarer has very limited access to service if they need mental health support. So this is the context. Again, from the ITF side, we really want to help seafarers on managing their stress and anxiety. And in that regard, we believe that we have to consider two important things. One is the content of the work and what is the context of the work. What do I mean by the content? One is the content means I want to mean the workload, working hours, the working environment. Is there supportive environment on board? Is there zero tolerance on harassment and bullying? Are they there? At the same time, context means supportive environment, work-life balance, gender-based discrimination, lack of leisure activity, lack of education about mental health. Is there? So if we really want to help seafarers in terms of supporting them, in terms of managing their stress, managing their anxiety, managing their depression, we have to work on both the content of their work and also the context of their work. So what we are doing, I think is very important to highlight what we as the ITF, as a trade union organization is doing. First of all, what we are doing that we are creating a network of first responder and peer support among our seafarers. It can be on board ships, it can be union educators. Lots of them are from on board ship. So we are trying to create openness, to break the silence, break the taboo around mental health, so people talk about it. So this first responder and peer support network, we feel is the best way to break the silence, break the taboo, and create that openness around mental health. So we are doing lots of education sessions, not only for the seafarer, but for the families, because sometimes we forget about the families because they also suffer from stress and anxiety. So we are using in-person education session. We are using social media, like we do Facebook Live session regularly, where some of them are observed and followed by even few 120,000 seafarers. So that's the thing we are doing. And one thing we are very proud of doing is that we are working with the government agencies and universities and academies to introduce a stress management module in the curriculum, because we believe that if we can introduce the stress management module in the maritime schools before a seafarer, young seafarer especially, going on board ship, they will be better prepared to take on the challenging and the demanding seafaring career. Because we must remember, suicide rate among young seafarers is increasing like anything. So that's the thing we are doing. We and our affiliates have started 24/7 counseling service for the seafarers and their families, because we know that some of the 24/7 counseling service managed by the employers and the companies are not used because of the trust issue. So we are also working with the companies to make it a joint effort, so that seafarers don't feel uncomfortable. They don't have the fear to use that service. What else we are doing? We are doing high-level advocacy meeting. Recently, we are working with IMO. As you know, that IMO is in the process of reviewing the STCW, and mental health, harassment, bullying are the two topics which has already been highlighted as a gap area. So we are working with IMO on this issue, so that STCW has a component on mental health. It's all about making seafarers understand about reality about stress, what is stress, how a seafarer know if they have stress, and what to do, what are the support mechanisms available for the seafarers to manage their stress. And another thing we will be doing in this year is a global mental health campaign run by the ITF Inspectorate System. As you know, ITF has 140 inspectors in all major ports of the world. We will run a campaign with our inspectorate all over the world to highlight the mental health issues. They will be talking to the seafarer. They will highlight the importance. They will talk about this available service. We'll be engaging with the employers to do more on mental health. We will be working with employers to include suicide as a death compensation, because at this time, many of the CBAs don't have suicide covered in the death compensation. So during this global mental health campaign, which will run all year round in different parts of the world, and where we will be working directly with seafarers and all the stakeholders. So yeah, we will be doing this because seafarers are our members. We care about our members, but it's not possible for the ITF to be on our own. We need all the stakeholders. I'm sure many of the stakeholders will be in the crew safety week presentation, listening to that. And yeah, so we'll be working with you, and I will urge that let's all work together on this issue to make a big change, and to make sure that all the ships that are sailing today and will be sailing tomorrow and in the future will be safe and happy ships. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I'm sure we'll be working with some of you in the near future to make sure that all the seafarers are healthy and happy on board and on ship. Thank you so much.
Hello and namaste. On the occasion of the International Day of the Seafarer and the International Yoga Day, which is in June, I'd like to share with you why I think meditation is something every seafarer, every maritime professional, why every human being should know. Meditation is a very human thing. In fact, I think even animals meditate. Have you seen how relaxed a cat is or a dog is? Humans, with our thoughts, our grocery lists, our passage plans, our overhaul schedule, our sign-off plans, and also we have a track going on what's happening with our family back home. We are preoccupied with these thoughts, almost I would say around 50,000 thoughts a day. So do we ever stop and reflect? Do we ever stop having thoughts? Actually, we know this. This meditation practice has been practiced by humans in ancient civilizations. For example, you see the seal from this Indus Valley civilization almost 2700 BCE, almost 5000 years ago. People used to meditate, but gradually this has become a lost art. But don't worry, it's quite easy to learn and to practice. But before we go into meditation, I also want to tie in with mental health, especially of seafarers, because of course the Crew Welfare Week by Safety for Sea is being done as part of the Day of the Seafarer. So let's have a quick look at what research tells us. It tells us that there are some worrisome trends with respect to seafarer mental health. Quite a few have considered self-harm. There are many seafarers who experience anxiety. And if you look at the graph on the right, you see people with age, they have less mental health. One would think it should be the opposite. As you become more experienced, more mature, one should be able to handle mental health well. But what is the reason we are going down in mental health? And that's not a good way to live. You see, the purpose of life is to live, to experience life, to go through the journey that life takes us. There will be ups and downs. There will be moments of joy and there will be moments of sadness. That is life. It's unavoidable. Every human being on this world, in this planet, is born, goes through the aging process and must die someday. But as I said, the purpose of life is to live, and we have to live happy. If we are not happy, what is the point of living? For seafarers, this is also, there are some concerns that people on shore may not have. For example, long work hours, lack of sleep, seasickness, bad accommodation, and if you're stuck with a bad cook for months, that can make you unhappy. Then you also have lack of internet connectivity, which can make you upset if you're not able to speak to your family for days or hours even. And if you're stuck with a bad colleague, you would have interpersonal friction. Now, there are a number of reasons why one can feel stressed, angry, or unhappy. But the point of this presentation is to how to stay happy regardless of the circumstances. Now, let's also ask ourselves, what is good mental health? Is it the absence of anger, fear, and anxiety? Or is it the ability to cope with the stresses of life? I would say yes to both. But should we look at health and happiness as the absence of fear? Or should we think of happiness as peace, as joy? Because happiness and joy is how we are meant to be. Now let's look at it from another angle. That research also found that not all seafarers are able to share their worries, their stress with others. You may not have someone suitable next to you to share. At home, yes, you can go home and have a chat, go for a walk with your spouse, share with them your worries, and you feel relieved. But what do you do on board? And statistics show that mostly people don't share with anyone. They just keep it within themselves. But this need not be a bad thing, because if you meditate, you can give yourself company. Now I'm going to ask you the question, can you stay still and silent and be comfortable in your own thoughts? Can you be aware of your own thoughts? And if you're aware, that's almost like sharing your thoughts with a friend. You can be your best friend. Sometimes people are afraid to stay still. They can be afraid of their own thoughts. But meditation teaches us how we can be comfortable with ourselves, how we can be comfortable with our own thoughts. Speaking about thoughts, as I said earlier, we have on average 50,000 thoughts a day. Some of them are thinking about the past, some of them are thinking about the future, some of them is imagination, and these thoughts are like waves. Some of these waves make you feel high, some of these waves make you feel low, and this can disturb the balance of the mind. So the key is, can you still your thoughts? When you bring your thoughts to nil, to zero, that is where you have peace. Let me also explain it to you in another way. We take several actions every day. We speak several words in a day. Many of these words are beautiful. Now, if these actions are coming from words and the words are coming from thoughts, the thoughts also have to come from somewhere, yeah? And these thoughts come from a deep place within us, and the deep place is stillness. So if your words and actions can be beautiful, can you imagine how beautiful that place inside of you, that still place inside of you is? And that is what meditation helps us with. Also, as I said earlier, we are often in depression or anger, and that comes from living in the past. Or we have fear and anxiety, and that comes from living in the future. Depression and anger from the past, anxiety from thinking about the future. If you can be in the moment, you will have no thoughts, and that is the place where you are peaceful and happy. And therefore, meditation is being in the moment, the state of no thought, where you are fully aware of your own existence. Again, a question to you. We have roughly 22,000 breaths a day. We exhale and inhale 22,000 times. But how many times have we really focused on our breath? How are we breathing? How does that breath going in and out feel like? How many times have we thought about it? Well, for most people it's zero. But with meditation, you can be more conscious of your own existence. And as I said earlier, we have so many emotions going through us, fear, anger, and worry. And if we can bring all those emotions to a stop, we can bring peace within us. And that state of stillness is found within. So if you're wondering, is there proof to what I'm saying? I would say yes. There is enough medical evidence. There have been enough studies done throughout the world that demonstrate the value of meditation. And meditation is not just limited to improving mental health, but it also improves physical health. So with mental health, it reduces stress, it improves resilience, it reduces worry, it reduces anxiety, it reduces fear, it improves memory, it improves cognition, it improves spatial awareness, it improves your processing power. And if you have had less sleep, it helps you overcome fatigue. And as you know, fatigue is a problem that the shipping industry faces. But I can assure you that with meditation, even on the days that you have had less sleep, if you're a regular meditator, you will not feel the effects of fatigue as much. And of course, as shown here, it reduces the risk of heart attack. Now, after all this research, meditation is widely practiced across all industries, including the Navy, also including the US Navy and the paramilitary and police forces that help them perform at their best. Now, I'm not going to teach you meditation today, but I can give you some good tips and I can help you get started, and I'll share some basics. So meditation you can perform once or twice a day. It usually is a 20-minute session, but even if you don't have 20 minutes, you can do for 10 minutes. If you don't have 10 minutes, do it for 5 minutes. If you don't have 5 minutes, do it for 3 minutes. But less than that, it's not going to help you. All right. Usually it should be done on an empty stomach or at least 2 to 3 hours after a meal. Choose a place where you won't be disturbed, for example, your cabin, or sometimes, as I used to do, when I used to be standing by at the mooring stations, waiting for just being standby in case the anchor needed to be let go. I used to sit on the bollard and meditate. I used to, of course, my team used to be there looking out, and we used to take turns meditating. Sit comfortably. You don't have to sit cross-legged like the lady shown in the PowerPoint. You can sit on a chair, and your legs should rest on the floor. And that lady is, by the way, my wife. So she's also a yoga teacher. And then the back must be erect. Your spine must be erect. That is the most important thing in meditation. And close your eyes. Focus on your breath as you inhale and exhale. And you can do it with me right now if you wish. Try to exclude the external noises. For example, but you may not always be able to do it. For example, if you have a ship's vibration or the humming of the generators, you may not be able to exclude it. You can include that in your state of existence. And then once you close your eyes, once you're focused on your breath, look within. Now the eyes, we are used to looking out with the eyes, but in meditation you look inside of you. See what is inside of you and look for that place of stillness and awareness inside of you. It's normal to have thoughts, okay, what's for dinner? When is the ETA? When do I have to go on deck or in the engine room? It's all right. If you have such thoughts, let it come in, but then gently let it out. Best if you keep an alarm for about 20 minutes or 15 minutes, however long you want to meditate. Once the alarm rings, switch it off, open your eyes gently, and go about your day. Once you practice meditation regularly for, I would say, around 6 months, you will start seeing the benefits in yourself. You will see that you have more resilience to stress. You will feel that even with less sleep, you're able to not get fatigued. You will see an improved sense of awareness. Now, there are, of course, other different kinds of meditation, like this picture of mine, meditating on the floor, where you just focus on each of your body parts, starting from your toe and moving up to your head. And as you think about your toe, you internalize that my toe is relaxed, my legs are relaxed, my abdomen is relaxed, my heart is relaxed, my neck is relaxed, my eyes are relaxed, and my head is relaxed. So with such progressive meditation, also, if you spend 5 minutes, it can help you relax, and it's also an effective way of meditation. The other kinds of meditation, as shown here, which is what I learned, is transcendental meditation. You can go to this website and you can find classes all over the world, and transcendental meditation is something that even famous personalities like the Beatles, Clint Eastwood, have practiced. And this one takes about 20 minutes, very, very simple. Usually is about 2 or 3 days, 1 hour session each to learn, as simple as that. Of course, if you don't have a TM course next to you, you can join a yoga class which also teaches meditation. And if you have any other questions, you can reach out to me. And of course, you can find a lot of resources on safety for sea. Thank you very much. I wish you peace, happiness. Namaste.
I have been in a unique position of using a 4-lens approach. As a former seafarer, a mental health clinician, wife of an active seafaring captain, and I've worked in the EAP world. So this expertise has helped me drive my application and approaches to seafarers in meeting them where they are at, because I know how to do it. Taking the interventions and applying it directly to their environment, because I had lived it. I try to avoid off-the-shelf land-based solutions and use my own expertise as being a former seafarer and also in mental health. And I do use interventions that are familiar, real, and relatable. So I will take the skills that they use either in deck or engine, because they're very resourceful, and how they can take these skills from their workplace and apply it to their personal life. So for instance, I had a senior staff officer in the deck department. We were working on anxiety, and there is something called Bridge Resource Management, BRM. So if the captain says 10 degrees to port, everyone else repeats it. The reason for that is to prevent any miscommunications. So everyone says the same thing. So that breaks the cycle of errors. So I said to him, how can you use that scenario in your personal life to break the cycle or the chain of events of anxiety and worry? And it was kind of an aha moment for him. Went, oh yeah. So using the skills on the ship in their personal life is familiar, it's real, and it's relatable. Less obvious signs that burnout presents is cynicism, being cynical. Great example is statements like, I am so fed up and I just don't care anymore. That is the brain's way to create emotional buffer away from the enormous, overwhelming cognitive load. So that's cynicism. Another less obvious sign is employee commitment goes down. That's also a part of the emotional buffer of, I don't care. I don't care about my job. I don't care if I do a good job. And unfortunately, that leads to a term called presenteeism. So you are physically present, mentally, you are absent. So it's the opposite of absenteeism, but presenteeism, physically there, mentally, you're not. Another less obvious sign is self-agency, or what we call control. And on board a ship, seafarers have very little control. They can't control the food. They can't choose their own food. They can't choose how their cabin is arranged. It's pretty much predetermined. The bed is, anchored to the floor. So is the desk. So you can't rearrange that. So when you don't have control of your environment, and maybe you don't have control that you can't go ashore, you're told by local officials, nope, can't go ashore, don't have a visa, or where you dock is too far away and you're not able to go ashore because it's too far, you feel out of control. And these are things actually you can measure all the way down to the bottom line, these negative effects that seafarers experience that does unfortunately contribute to burnout. Yes, there are particular points in time that more are vulnerable to burnouts. However, everyone can be at risk for burnout, and it differs from person to person. What I think burns me out might not burn you out, but we all have our own risk factors, our own life experiences and coping skills. People who have sailed their first contract tend to be more vulnerable because due to the lack of experience, either in their career or in their life, they might be quite young in age. So they don't have the life experience and they don't have the work experience. So they tend to be more vulnerable, especially in environments where there are no boundaries, because where you live is where you work. I have seen, as a mental health clinician in maritime, the other side where older generations of seafarers become complacent, very comfortable in their environment, but then they kind of pull back because they're burned out from doing it so long. So it really depends. You need to look at the individual versus age, but there are some vulnerable demographics. I did a small study that showed that burnout sets in at least about 2 weeks, and there's other research out there that shows 6 to 8 weeks within a contract. If it's 3 months, about 3 months, burnout starts to set in around 6 to 8 weeks. Yes, this is a great question. I have experienced the assumption that lower cost equals good enough for mental health care for seafarers. There's little to no regulation to provide mental health care in maritime. So if you're just kind of ticking the box, the mentality might be you're doing something versus doing nothing. But I would challenge that with asking yourself, would you offer the CEO the cheapest, mental health support? Probably not. So why do we accept that for seafarers, that travel the world carrying 90% of world's goods. I believe there's an industry disconnect on the value of seafarers and what they do. There's research to support for every $1 invested in well-being, that your return is between $5 and $10. And this has been researched. So how could you invest $1 to get a return of $5 or $10 in well-being to reduce burnout? Reassurance to speak up, to create a culture that it's okay not to feel okay, and it's okay to ask for help. Speaking up might feel vulnerable to do, but it's not a badge of honor to keep it in. I know seafarers sometimes feel that they're losing face or might feel weak, in an environment where everyone is appearing strong, but you are human and there is support out there. In the maritime environment, it's unpredictable. There's isolation, there's high stakes decisions, a part of everyday life. Coping skills that foster control and grounding techniques and regulation is essential. And these are simple techniques that can be used to help seafarers ground and get them back, to their baseline, to feel, more in control and less burned out. And everything I share from having lived it and researched it, and the smallest shifts, more time off, a captain who really listens, a resource that speaks their language, can be the difference between burnout and bounce back. And if you speak their language, you'll build trust. And if you build trust, you build change. When leaders understand that burnout doesn't reset between voyages, and that presenteeism, being physically there but mentally absent, costs more, then we can stop asking, how much does a mental health program cost? And we can start asking, how much is it costing for us not to act?
Hi, welcome everybody. My name is Dr. Penny Blackburn. I'm a consultant clinical psychologist and I've been working in the maritime industry for about 10 years or so. Welcome to this conversation. We're talking about mental wellness today, and I have a set of esteemed colleagues with me to discuss a number of topics, and I hope that it'll be a really interesting and fruitful conversation. So first things first, let's introduce ourselves. Captain Parani, would you like to go first?
Sure. Thanks, Dr. Penny, Safety for Sea and colleagues. Pleasure to be here. I'm Parani. I was sailing on ships for 14 years, and now I've been looking at the ships for 16 years now. I think it's 17. I'm currently Vice President Marine at Tufton, and my hobbies are also to write and do podcasts. So I have a book on maritime leadership called Golden Stripes Leadership on the High Seas, and I have my podcast where we also discuss topics on mental health.
Lovely, thank you. Pam.
Hello, I'm Pam Kern. I'm a U.S. licensed psychotherapist. I specialize in particular in trauma. A maritime mental health expert, using my 18 years at sea expertise. I'm also the Director of Maritime Mental Health Services with Port Medical, based in Houston, Texas.
Lovely. Thank you. Stella.
Hi, my name is Stella. Pleasure to be here with all of you. Very happy to be here today. I am the General Manager of MHSS, Mental Health Support Solutions, and a clinical psychologist from Germany. My studies based around cultural psychology, culture-bound syndromes, cross-cultural psychology, and also depth psychology. And currently I'm working mostly in the area of crisis response.
Lovely. Thanks very much, Stella. And Captain Badri.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Badri. I'm from Georgia, and I've been working as an active seafarer for 21 years now. 2019, I was encouraged and deliberately took some time out from working on the ships, and I joined, luckily, World Maritime University, which I graduated in the direction of maritime safety and environmental administration, particularly in the direction of seafarers' well-being and human element thing. So, and then after graduation, I remained in university. We did some great fruitful research in the topic of seafarers' well-being. And then I rejoined ships again for some reason, which I will discuss later. So I have further ambition to pursue my PhD and further research in terms of seafarers' rights and well-being elements. So I'm very much privileged to be here today, part of this great meeting. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Captain Badri. And last but not least, Rob.
Yeah, thank you, Penny, and thanks for moderating this, and thanks to Safety for Sea for inviting me to be here. Rob Gale, Head of Training at IMEC, former deck officer in the Merchant Navy for 6 years, and then wearing many different hats in many different organizations, the IMO, flag states. I was teaching at ECDIS, but now focusing on managing the training initiatives and programs that IMEC has, with a large focus on cadets across the world. So programs in the Philippines, India, South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Great. So let's kick off with a simple question. Where do you feel we're at in the maritime industry these days in terms of seafarer well-being? We've had a huge increase in awareness, I think it's fair to say. Do you think that we have moved from simple awareness into lasting change? Where do you think we've got to in the industry?
Hi. So I think there's good news and there's not so good news. So the good news is now I think everyone accepts that mental health is an issue. So I think before COVID, I think it was lurking in the background and it would come to the fore once in a while. But especially after COVID, there was a big, let's say, an increased awareness of mental health issues. And that's when mental health hotlines have become commonplace now. So that's become an industry standard, which is an excellent thing. There wasn't something like that when I was at sea. So, and even if I said to someone that I'm feeling stressed or I have anxiety issues, I don't think anyone would bother. So, but now I think we have gone past that point, which is really good, because the first thing to agree is awareness. So once we have the awareness, then naturally things will follow organically, or perhaps it requires a push. So that's where we are at. And I think what we still need to do is to standardize mental health processes and at different levels across the industry.
Yes, lovely. Thank you, Captain Parani. Pamela, what's your thoughts?
I feel, based upon my experience, I started in 1996. Well-being has certainly evolved into a positive trajectory of awareness. Action with that awareness historically in maritime has been slower than land-based. I've experienced leaders that want to make change, but change is very hard. especially maritime, because we've always done things, certain ways. How can I think we can take the value of the seafarer to continue that increase in value to other high-ranking workforce positions? Because as Captain Parani said, during COVID, mental health was at the forefront, and it has reduced a little bit in awareness, but not completely disappeared. So I think it really left a good mark, to go further.
Yeah, absolutely. And Stella, what's your thoughts?
I think we definitely managed to put mental health on the map, like Captain Parani also said. Now everyone is aware of mental health issues or possible mental health issues. I think we just need to focus a bit more on moving it from awareness to action. There is a lot of companies that are reaching out about psychological first safety or recognizing psychological red flags in crew members, but also in onshore personnel. So I think we just need to keep pushing a little bit more into that direction.
Yes, yeah. And Captain Badri?
Yes, this is a very, very interesting and significant question. I do share the point of view of the other panelists, what they mentioned. Yes, awareness is definitely there. And now we are falling in the place post-COVID times where we tend to compare things, we tend to explain things through comparison. What it was before COVID times, what we have now after COVID times, right? So at some point, as we Seafarers mentioned, COVID was a blast for us as well, because we had great expectations when we were amidst of COVID times of great changes ahead. But in order to answer the question, not to go too far, there's a very unique method to assess the situation through how maritime industry regulates this instrumentally, seafarers' well-being, how they used to do it before and how they're doing now. So me, myself, being as an active seafarer right now, yes, awareness is there. Gradually, it's increasing because it's inevitable, right? But management and assessment hasn't been changed much, simply because there's only one instrument addressing seafarers' well-being that will be widely known: regulations of hours of work and rest. And it's also widely known that these regulations do fail, which we'll elaborate and discuss later on during this panel. So yes, awareness has grown up, but not much is done for its improvement.
Yeah. So your feeling is that there's more that could be done. We've got
Absolutely.
awareness now, and
Absolutely.
yeah, okay. Thank you, Captain Badri. Rob, from your perspective.
Yeah, I think I echo a lot of what everyone's already said. I think awareness has grown. However, I would caveat that it's perhaps difficult. I mean, Badri, it's great to have an active seafarer on this panel, but the rest of us are all sitting in offices, perhaps shoreside now. And I think perhaps we always need to remind ourselves that voice of the seafarer, and perhaps how do they feel as an individual on board, and are they isolated? I think if we, and not to open a can of worms, but if we look at perhaps the gender disbalance in the industry, I think mental health can also be something of a similar comparison, in the sense that people are afraid to talk about it. And I think that awareness we've seen in industry has grown to allow us to say, well, this does exist and we need to tackle it. And I think everyone agrees that we can all do more. But I always want to try, and especially with our cadets, and perhaps we can do more at IMEC with our seafarers overall, to continue getting their voice heard. And we're doing a lot in that space, because we can suggest things, and we've heard people talk about management level and support level, but actually, in order to help our seafarers, perhaps there are things that they might suggest we can do more. So I always want to bring that round in these discussions to highlight that their voice, the seafarer's voice, is always number one. So that's my kind of take on it.
Yeah. No, I echo that very much. I think you're absolutely right. Is that we need to be listening to seafarers and understanding what the stresses are from their perspective, so that brings me really neatly on to thinking about what do you think are the risks? What are the stressors on board the vessel? Yeah, Parani, would you like to go first with that?
Sure. So first I have to say, where do I start? So you have basic issues of food, shelter, and pay, and rest. Very basic physiological issues that impact, and probably for my time I'll stick with that. So when the food is bad, it's tough to survive. When there's a bad cook, it takes a toll on the mental health. And I think there was also, to quote the survey, Seafarers Happiness Survey that was done by the Mission to Seafarers and Yale, where food was, there's some comments from seafarers saying food plays an important role in how they feel. It's not just the taste, but also, if it's this nutrition, proper nutrition, it helps or otherwise affects mental health. Then you have hours of rest, which Captain Badri mentioned. And it's not just the time, but then the quality of sleep that you get. When you have vibration and you have seasickness, and you have mattresses that are 15 years old and hurting the back, and the aircon is not working. If you get up with a bad night's sleep, we all know how bad it is, and it keeps getting worse as we get older. And which again, I go back to the Seafarers Happiness Index. If you see the seafarers, they are less and less happy as they grow older. So because their resilience to lack of sleep and other things becomes less and less. And perhaps there are some more layers to unpack there, but that's an initial impression.
Yeah, interesting. Over my experience of doing maritime mental health awareness trainings, and I can't remember how many I've done, but I've calculated about 2,500 senior officers have been through my own, I've facilitated those courses, and every single training somebody talks about food. It's so interesting that food is so important to us, and I think it is partly about the food and enjoying the food, but it's also space and time where crew come together, isn't it? So if the food is bad, you're also reducing that social interaction element as well. It's an interesting, yeah. Pam, how about for you? What are your thoughts?
I can definitely resonate with Captain Parani as a seafarer when I had a cabin either all the way forward or aft. Forward was the anchor, aft was the thruster. Oh my gosh. And if you are lucky to have a shift where you can wake up at noon and the ship is docking alongside at 6 a.m., your whole world literally rocks. So at the micro level, we all know, yes, vibration, working long hours, the shift changes in terms of time zone, the food, also locus of control. Seafarers, where they live is where they work. So they have very little control. They can't control the food they eat. They have to eat what's given to them. They can't go food shopping on board per se. They definitely can do that ashore. They can't move their cabin around. They can't fix their desk or their bed. It's bolted down. So you don't have a lot of control over your environment. So I think the micro level, pardon me, that's also quite important. At the macro level, a huge risk is that a company and a captain that does not have a culture of care is a death sentence. We all know the research supports it starts at the top and works its way down. And I would say at the macro level, working every day without a day off for 6 to 9 months is just not sustainable. My research shows that you become tired at around 2 weeks. ISWAN's research, I believe, shows that a 3-month contract at 6 to 8 weeks. So I think that needs to change.
Absolutely. Stella, from your perspective of working in the helpline, what do you see as the major risks and stresses?
I was just going to say, I obviously can't put myself in the other one's shoes because I'm not a seafarer myself. I've sailed with crew, but by no means have I actually been through the hard, long working hours. So I can just give back what I heard on the helpline. I operate mostly with the younger generation as well, where they struggle a lot from the impact of being away from their family for such extended periods of time. Also nowadays with social media, of course, everyone portrays their life so perfectly on social media. So a lot of people feel like they're missing out on what's going on at home. Nowadays, you can always or mostly reach out to your family, when someone is sick, when someone's not doing well. So a lot of them experience a lot of anxiety and additional stress with comparison or also with the lack of family connection on board.
Yeah, thank you. Captain Badri, this is your
My turn.
It's your field of research, isn't it? And your
Yes,
lived
absolutely.
experience. So from your perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as I said before, I do share the points of view of the panelists, which I respect very much. But my response might be a little bit surprised because from my own research, and even if I hadn't done the research, I was well aware about those growing risks on board the ships, right? So the food issue, yes, I mean, I wouldn't call it an issue, but there are some ships which do experience some low quality food at some point. But it's quite, so to say, rare, and it's growing to be rare. So it's just coming closer to minimize the minimum amount. I mean, cases are happening. But my point of view is that the biggest risk would be mismanagement and lack of proper recognition towards seafarers' well-being from the management side. And second of all would be lack of correct education of the seafarers, and then not giving them proper platform of openly talking, as Captain Parani mentioned before, right? So saying about improper recognition of the well-being. Well-being, if we explore what World Health Organization is stating, it's not only mental health. It has three dimensions: mental, physical, and social, right? And if you have a quick look how it's managed through the regulatory instruments like MLC, that is quite miserable. So if we just address all of those issues one by one separately, yes, some companies might improve food, others might improve some kind of physical activities, but then what about social things, which just remain overlooked? And as the research indicates, more and more seafarers tend to communicate on board the ships, right? And there is no policy with regard to shore leave. What about lack of interaction towards your family members because you don't have internet connection? What about, for example, as I mentioned before, lack of sleep and reduced manning levels on board the ships, which is the main contributing factor of fatigue? So with this question, I feel we might need like 5 hours of this meeting, which we don't have. So once again, I would say misunderstanding of well-being, and further, another biggest issue would be that it's not properly installed within safety management system of the ships, which is primarily focused on the safety and nothing about seafarers' well-being.
Okay, thank you, Captain Badri. How about you, Rob?
Yeah, I think Captain Badri highlighted a lot of things, and it's a very loaded question. I've written down a few things that I believe are risk factors, but just going back to some of them, I think Captain Parani might have been talking, and I'm not an expert here on the case studies, but I think Maslow's hierarchy of needs and simple things like food and shelter, etc. I think the topic of shipping companies and food, I think from an IMEC perspective, certainly with our 300 members, there are those out there in the industry that want to always do more for the seafarer, and I think through our membership we do. Not only through wages, but also through seafaring conditions, in benefits to employment, death and disability, high risk area protection. And so to paint less of a bleak picture, there are many out there that are trying to do more. And I agree. Thank you, Captain Badri, for highlighting perhaps not all ships is food is a major issue. And I think going back to my experience as a former seafarer, I think it depends sometimes on the ship you get. Perhaps sometimes it's the people on board, and the risk factors that I highlighted from this are perhaps a sense of community, which can really differ from vessel to vessel. Isolation, is there a good culture on board of being together? Because that doesn't always just exist shipping company to shipping company. That might be crew to crew. Everyone's going through their different experiences and journeys. That might be a good time for someone on board or a bad time for another. And so I think community is quite important. And then The other two I've put is perhaps sometimes a lack of identity. I think some people, there were studies in psychology that I did many years ago on prison staff and prison officers, and if you have a number or a badge, and I see Pam nodding, that you don't feel the same, and perhaps you might act more negatively or aggressively. And if you have a sense of name and purpose, first name, second name, you feel more connected. And I think perhaps companies and seafarers can do more work together to perhaps illustrate that culture within each company. I think that could probably do more, but I don't want to talk too much about this. Thanks.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. I think you've each touched on at different points some of the key factors, but I think things like the lack of rest and the lack of sleep that Pam you spoke about and Badri you picked up on in the first question is a huge issue, isn't it, around fatigue and the impact of sleep. And there was some really excellent research done at World Maritime University recently, wasn't there, around the impact of the number of hours of sleep that seafarers routinely get, and comparing that to well-established evidence base around the impact of that on both physical and mental health. Badri, I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you'd like to say anything more about that, or about shore leave, or about inconsistency around, flags of, or
conveniences, yeah.
Those, yeah.
Absolutely. You see, that's a very good coincidence. When I was conducting that research on at the university, it was primarily addressed exploring the question, why do seafaring as a profession suffer so much? In parallel, my supervisors, Dr. Bombler and Dr. Maria Carrera, they were conducting other researches with regard lack of sleep and adjustment to regulation of hours and work and rest. So in the end of the day, everything is integrated, interrelated to each other, you know. So basically, to make it easier to understand to our listeners, to the audience, a human, if it doesn't sleep enough, as I suggested, 8 hours, let's forget about it at sea, because in average, our research indicates seafarers sleep 4 hours in average a day. You're literally dead. And it happens for months. See, Europeans, we have a choice to stay on board the ship for 3 or 4 months. What about Filipino guys? They have to stay on board the ship for 9 to 1 year. They stay 1 year on board the ship, then 2 months at home, then back to 1 year again to the ship. So gradually, those people are destroyed. So, but then there's a question, why is it happening and who's allowing this to happen? If industry is so well educated, and I do guarantee stakeholders are extremely well educated, then why hasn't anyone initiated any changes? So basically, as again the research indicates, we come to a good statement. Seafarers' well-being seems to be kind of a business, which is some kind of a paradox in the industry. You see, there is a good, notion, flag of conveniences. A lot of ship owners tend to register to the ships to the favorable flag states, which is much cheaper to say, if you like so. So they don't have strong regulatory instruments. They literally don't care at some point to talk in this language. At the same time, they give freedom to the ship owners to set minimum manning levels on board of their ships. So I can give a good example. During my 2 voyages back, one of my crew members was taken off from it was an electrician who had to disembark the ship in the middle of his contract from board of a 75,000 metric tons of oil tanker, because ship owner decided so, and then his duties were adjusted to the second engineer. So 1 human less, more workload on board the ship. And then another problem, right? You don't sleep well enough, and then ship comes in port, and there's a great opportunity to go outside to just discharge your mental load, but you don't have a desire to go, because the time you have 2 hours, you need to sleep. And nobody's encouraged to go outside. And on top of that, let me remind you, there's no specific regulation addressing need of seafarers shore leave. And this notion is well used by the ship agents to avoid extra workload in terms of issuing crew shore leave and visas. It's a good way of bypassing responsibilities. So all those elements are chained to each other, you know. But in the bottom line, we are seafarers suffering still, unfortunately.
Yeah. Thank you, Captain Badri. Does anybody want to respond or agree or disagree, or what would you like?
I think that the lack, yes, of regulation, that it is indeed a business, is the two are huge contributing factors. And the value of the seafarer, it's not like if you were a higher position, let's say a doctor or a lawyer. And I don't know of in those professions if they have, supporting seafarer or charities to support those professions like maritime does. Maritime has charities to help support this profession, but in other industries, you don't see that. So I beg the question, why? It's the value. I think if the more we elevate the value of the seafarer, considering what they bring, 80 to 90% of world goods throughout the world, but their value does not equate. There's a differential there. And I think it's important to bring their value up. We bring the value up, then we bring the resources with it.
Yes. And Rob, you've got your hand up there. What were you going to add?
Yeah, again, lots of emotive discussion points, and Captain Badri, thanks for raising more awareness on it. I think, not to sound like the bad guy, but to caveat some of those points, I think there was, as my understanding, a study on flags of convenience and whether seafarers and crews felt worse being on those vessels compared to a traditional national flag, and I think the results were quite inconclusive. I've worked both for the MCA and the UK flag. I've also worked for international registries, which is the Marshall Islands flag, and I have to say, from my perspective, and this is only my opinion, the regulatory regimes and the governance were quite robust on both. So that's just my input. I think from an IMEC perspective, the International Bargaining Forum, which is the tool we use between our membership and the ITF to negotiate seafarers' contracts, CBAs, working conditions, work is being done on that space of the contracts that seafarers take at sea. So like you mentioned, Europeans, even when I was a cadet, 4 months was the max I spent. And seafarers in the Philippines, absolutely, somewhere between 9 to 12 months, and during COVID, even more elongated, which is not ideal. But work is being done in those channels. I can promise all of you, whilst those discussions are private, seafarers' contracts is on the agenda to work towards finding a better balance, which I think you'll all agree is a good solution. To caveat the working and the work and hours of rest, again, not trying to be the bad guy, but mentioning that a lot of seafarers in the industry do work overtime, which is not required. We do live in a very different world where in some cultures salaries are different to the living standards and the amount of money people earn in other countries, and I think that can also not be forgotten. And so yes, I agree with most of your points that have already been made. I think I do like to sometimes play the devil's advocate so that we are all aware that this is a variable, problematic space. It's not black and white. There are grey areas to some of this stuff.
Badri, you were going to come back on that.
Yes,
end up with a debate between.
Yeah, I will just briefly add my point, which I omitted to say, which is important for our audience to understand. Talking about the only regulation addressing seafarers' well-being, I'm repeating myself, hours of work and rest. It's a very simple regulation of Maritime Labour Convention. It states that every seafarer should have minimum 10 hours of rest a day within 24 hours. It can be split into two parts, one of which should never be less than 6 hours. And now research indicates in average we sleep only 4 hours, right? The reality is that it's hugely and vastly revealed through and well documented on all maritime platforms that these seafarers have to fill in and report daily our work and rest hours, because it's been inspected by third-party inspectors for state control, etc., etc. If there are major non-conformities, ship can be detained for that, right? This is a regulation and procedure. So now what do we have to do, seafarers, to avoid ship's detention? Lucky guess, we have to adjust those hours. That's what's happening. That's what has been revealed by the Dr. Raphael Baumler's research from the Royal Maritime University, which is also a part of my own research, right? It's a big one. But the worst part of this everything is that I will use a very simple and maybe fun language. The ears of the stakeholders have been adjusted to this awareness. Everybody's super aware, including seafarers, but nobody's inviting any changes towards that up until the recent amendments to the MLC, which we'll discuss further, I believe. So yeah, it's a little bit more information for the audience.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's sort of a bit of a theme emerging around kind of how we actually action change. That there does seem to be, you know, we're all aware of some common themes. We're all aware of some common problems, and yet seeing real change happen is difficult. And slow, and it's kind of, we'll come back to it later with your thoughts around kind of what we can do as an industry to actually move things forward in a meaningful kind of a way. But let's come back to thinking about being on board the vessel. Captain Parani, you've written a book, in fact, about leadership in the industry. How important would you say that leadership is on board the vessel for seafarer well-being in particular?
I think leadership at sea has a disproportionately high impact on whether it is safety or well-being of seafarers. And this is something right now, it's laissez-faire. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. So it's left to each individual to find their own leadership, which is good. I mean, every person is different. But there is no intentional or conscious effort to develop it and then follow it up in the right way. So in the companies that are doing great work, usually it ends up being a leadership course, and that's it. It's forgotten after that. So that leadership is something that is, okay, you have a course, you discuss about it, and then you live it in daily life. And then you have the people from the office leading the way, showing how the decisions are taken and showing that they care for the crew, you know, whether it's the right number of people. For example, like Captain Badri mentioned, if the team on the ship, they said, we do need an electrician, you know, it's perhaps then on the owners or managers to then kind of make a case and say, okay, if not permanently, at least let's sort out till the jobs are done, or to take care that the crew have good working conditions, whether it's mattresses or accommodation or contracts, and then going above and beyond when it comes to welfare and lending that human touch. So it starts from the office, that same, whether it's good or bad, it passes down to the master chief engineer and then downwards. So leadership is key, because there's actually a very famous cartoon, you know. So there's a captain with a parrot standing on his shoulder, and the captain, he kind of yells at the chief mate, and the chief mate yells at the second mate, and the second mate a deckhand, and the deckhand yells at the cook, and the cook yells at the parrot, and the parrot yells back at the captain. So, you know, it goes around, you know, once there is a bad mood, it goes around. And I can tell from my own experience, you know, when there's a bad captain or chief engineer on board, you could just count your days, you know. You just want to get out. Each day is miserable. And vice versa, if you have a good captain, you say, okay, wow, and let me stay with him as long as possible.
Yeah.
So it makes a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Captain Parani. Paola, what would you add to that?
Indeed, all the crew know when the good captain is coming on, and everybody knows the disembarkation date of the bad one. It's the environment is directly affected to the captain. So to share a story, my husband is an active sea captain on cruise ships. I have worked with him, and I've also worked with other captains. And my husband puts it like this: him was trained to understand the sea, safety, rules and regulations, navigation. There was no executive English, business skills, social emotional functioning of your crew. What it really boiled down to was the captain's own personal experience and their own temperament and personality, which was able to resonate with the rest of the crew or not. So I don't know what the current education system is for the maritime schools, if they indeed do have these type of leadership skills, soft skills, to teach to teach captains or staff captains or chief engineers how to effectively manage their teams. I think that's quite important, because the captain plays a huge role in the support of research, proves this. Transformational and responsible leadership has a significant positive influence, not only in the well-being of the seafarer, but directly correlated to the bottom line of the company.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Stella.
Yes, I can only agree. We get approached a lot for trainings for the top 4, because that's what we've been told really sets the tone of the vessel and how everyone feels accordingly, whether it's a very open communication, a respectful environment where people actually feel safe enough to speak up, should something be the case. But when we visit a vessel, you can really tell if something has happened, how comfortable everyone is with each other. Do people say, oh, I've already talked to the captain about this? Are they going to approach you together? Does everyone want to speak with you separately? So I think leadership definitely is a key role when it comes to a respectful environment.
Mm-hmm. Captain Badri, as a leader on board a vessel.
Oh, yeah. Well, first of all, it's a very complex question, but extremely, hugely significant. And I will share Pamela's point of view. Thank you for that, because this is something, the question, how do ship captains become managers or leaders? Is there any training instrument within the maritime academies or colleges or universities, if you like? Let me say there's none. This is the industry where, first of all, let me say, yes, it's extremely important what kind of captain is there on the ship. A good quality captain determines a good quality, safe working, psychosocial working environment on the ship, because that's where you work and live. And if your top manager is kind of happy-go-lucky guy, then it affects everybody else. But it's quite important to explore how those captains become leaders and managers, right? They haven't been trained. So this is the industry where ship captains or anybody else become leader, manager by yourself. You come, you watch, you learn. You fail to learn, you leave. And then, unfortunately, everybody's different, correct? Some of the persons acquire those understandings and skills in his own way. And whenever they become a captain, they use those skills, sometimes wrongfully. And this is some kind of infection, as Captain Parani mentioned before. It goes down to the bottom line and then comes back to the top again. So leadership is, extremely important. A good leader, a good manager is a good educator at some point, but not everybody has that quality. And industry is not questioning if this captain does have this quality of mentorship or education, or just keeping his crew healthier at some point. In this case, we talk about mental health. There is no such a thing on board the ship. As long as the captains do the job, brings the sailing object safely from point A, from seller to the buyer safely and effectively, as long as the voyage is completed successfully. None of those questions are ever arisen.
Yes, it's interesting, isn't it? I think, without question, I think probably one of the key issues on board any vessel is the leadership in terms of the morale of the crew.
Absolutely.
And you've all spoken so well about that. Rob, is IMEC involved in leadership training and this intentional kind of drive in the industry to develop leadership skills as well as technical skills? Or where are we at in the industry with trying to take this agenda forward?
Yeah, I think everyone's made some really amazing insights here. And Pam, I think you're absolutely right. You're trained to be competent, right? You're trained not to crash the ship or to make sure the ship gets from A to B. There are other skills, whether they be considered soft, I prefer human skills, but skills which are outside of that domain of competency, which people use to top up you as a human being, right? And that's what we all are when we go on board. And yes, to answer the question, leadership is so vitally important. And from our side, from an IMEC perspective, the board structure and governance we have is from my side, the recruitment and training committee. And that's done a lot of work over the years in looking at areas which need to be improved. And Captain Badri, you mentioned that formal STCW training in this space is perhaps a bit lacking, let's say, for one word or another. And we've seen BRM come in, bridge resource management. We've seen ways in which perhaps we could look to top that up. But from an IMEC perspective, there are two things we're looking to do. One, my work on managing cadets is probably the core of what I do day to day. And we've been running IMEC invested leadership courses through our members for our cadets in the Philippines, and many other initiatives, whether it be mindful leadership through a trial psychologically with our cadets as well, into that philosophy as a cadet, starting from the very beginning, that you are going to be a future officer, future leader. There are many ways in which you're going to be needed, you'll need to grow in order to tackle the world that lives today in maritime. And I think that's been largely successful. But from an industry perspective, we're looking to establish a free course, what we've already agreed, and we're working through the content now, which will be 9 modules long, which will focus on many areas. But the core focus is mentoring. As Captain Badri mentioned, mentoring skills are discussed very much on the shore side, but perhaps as a seafarer, that space isn't so noticeable or perhaps well governed or well explained, or the routes and progression for third officer to master or third engineer, fourth engineer to chief engineer. That's clear. But as a rating, as a bosun, in these spaces, perhaps there's more that can be done. And so we're creating a free course which will be available to all industry, shoreside, or any seafaring staff, which will look at providing you with a set of skills through a modulated course, which isn't aimed at being a tick box certificate exercise, but also at the end of the course provides you with a toolkit that you can take on board for free, downloadable, easy to access, which we think, if we can achieve that, which we're hoping to finish before the end of this year, will help seafarers get into that mentality of continual professional development, or CPD, which we talk about in the UK. And I think that is a space which the maritime industry could grow significantly. That's what I think anyway.
Thanks, Rob. Badri, you've got your hand up. You wanted to come back on that.
Yeah, as usually, I have something else to add. I just simply would love to add some additional information to my previous point of view. We as a captains, we do go through training, which is called IMO course of leadership and management skills. And we got a certificate on that because it's inspected by third-party inspectors. But point is that the training that we go through to obtain the certificate it only takes like 5 days. So for our audience to have not to have this imagination that we don't have any training on that. Yes, we have only 5 days, but the question is, can those 5 days make a top management level person a leader or a manager? That's a big question. So
Leadership skills are so important, aren't they? But it's really difficult, I think, as well, to be a leader on board a vessel when you're living and working with people and you're trying to create a positive working environment. Yes. You're trying to get the job done. There's so much to do. It's really busy. You know, there's so many factors involved, aren't there? And being approachable whilst also, you know, being the boss it's a tricky skill, isn't it? And I wonder, when you're talking about mentorship, often we're thinking about more junior people and providing opportunities to step up in the ranks. I wonder whether captains would benefit from mentorship as well. When you move into becoming a captain for the first time, or maybe a chief officer, or maybe as you know, would it be helpful for captains, new captains and new chief officers or chief engineers, sorry, to have a mentor themselves in terms of kind of exploring and developing their leadership skills alongside managing everything else you've got to manage? Because it must be a lonely position to be, particularly being the captain on board a vessel.
If I may, yes, Dr. Penny, you outlined extremely important aspect of becoming a part of top management level on board the ship. Doesn't matter commercial or any other ship. First of all, as Pamela mentioned before, these skills of leadership and managerial skills must be installed within Maritime College and must be sort of obtained throughout the years, not just within 5 days, which is impossible. Because when you're a student, it will be easily exposed who has those skills and who don't. Because if you don't have those skills, you're just a performer on board the ship, sending out emails, and that's it. But going back to your point, Dr. Penny, unfortunately, there is no such a blueprint ready-made for ship officers that could be followed that would prepare them to step up as a chief officer or as a ship captain, because there are plenty of tiny, whiny mental aspects related to that. And what happens mostly is that either those seafarers aspiring to become a captain, they prepare themselves mentally before stepping there, if they have a chance. Not all of those have a chance. Or second chance would be existing captains deliberately become the mentors if they naturally have the skill and prepare them, but it's not regulated. It happens from ship to ship. And the third, the worst one would be you become a captain. You're confident, you think that you can drop the anchor, you can moor the ship, etc. And then you step, and the first voyage you obtain the biggest nervous breakdown of your life, because you face this huge mental load that you would never predict yourself that it will happen to you, and nobody has prepared you for that. So either you will survive that and you live next upcoming years with this huge burnout, or you're another lucky guy who just lightly go through that and you just continue working. That's a reality side of this industry. That's how it's working, really.
Thank you. There's so much more that we could talk about in terms of leadership.
Yeah.
Parani, you wanted to come? Yeah. Go ahead then.
I could not figure out the hands.
Don't worry.
Yeah, see, when we talk about leadership, it's often in the small things. When you said about the captain running a tight ship versus being approachable, these are not mutually exclusive. So all it takes are simple things like keeping the door open, wishing someone a good morning and thank you, taking around the ship, being visible so people know that you are there, you are also approachable if needed, and that you care. So, for example, if the captain makes his accommodation inspections, though the crew have to work for it, but they know that he cares about it. So if the captain is asking, okay, what do you want? How do you want to celebrate Christmas? They know that they care. And actually, personally, what I do is when I go on the ship, I just ask them, when did you have your last barbecue party? And just by the number of months, I know how happy the ship is. That's, for me, is a quick indicator of how happy the ship is. So these are the small things which work alongside professional competency.
Yeah, absolutely. Rob, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not going to sabotage the amount of time we have. Just wanted to make a few points just to add. And all really good points so far. to be very clear, I don't think you get to a captain and you're considered this perfect human being. I think there's scope for always professionally developing in every space. And I also think that mentoring or that teaching is two ways. I think there's a rating in any position, or a junior officer or a bosun that can teach anyone, whether it's the master, whether it's shoreside staff, a pilot that comes on board. I think teaching can come from both avenues. But it's really encouraging to hear the real story that we're hearing in this group panel, but also people that are on the industry side and the mental health experts, because this comes back to mental health and mental well-being ultimately. And I think ensuring that if we can tackle some of these things we've highlighted here today, I think perhaps the happiness on board and perhaps the awareness of those that support is available. And I think that's another big thing, that actually signposting people, and that's something we do a lot at IMEC, is I think vitally important, because help does exist out there, and perhaps we can grow that more, but it's definitely out there. Just a few small things. Thanks.
I think in mental health, we very often think about prevention and protection and promotion and response mechanisms. As a mental health professional working in the maritime space, I'm really keen that the maritime industry adopts evidence-based practice. I find myself worried time and time again about initiatives that are happening and providers that are coming into the space, that there's sort of a rising tide of new initiatives, new providers, new trainings, and trying to see kind of on what basis or what evidence these initiatives are being developed can be really difficult. And as a mental health professional, I'm really acutely aware of the risks of that. I just wonder, from your perspective, how important do you think it is that we have industry experts, maritime experts, as well as mental health experts working together to develop best practice in the industry?
Yeah, I can say that whether it's mental health support or any other systems, before selecting a particular solution, if we can call it that, we have to look at the capacity. What's the technical capacity, and what's the motivation behind the people who are offering this service or product? So that's very important. So yeah, I'll probably just leave it at that.
Yeah. Pam, what's your thoughts?
I have attended many welfare conferences, webinars, not this one, where there has been no mental health expert. None. So not to say that the people on the panel are not as valued or valid, but I think it's important to have a mental health expert on the panel to give their evidence-based. I find in the industry in maritime mental health, a lot of people don't know really what to look for and who to look for. They don't know the difference between psychologists, psychiatrists, clinical social work. So how to educate the industry, who provides what, how they provide it. Licensure is different in every country and even in every state here in the US. One state is different than another. So it's really important, I think, to educate what you are looking for, in a provider. And there's even different approaches I was trained to look at the person in the environment and how the environment affects behavior, and then look at the symptoms to diagnosis. But there are other disciplines that look at that differently. So I think it's important to know what you are looking for. I also find some barriers to that, where people then don't want to pay for that. They figure, it's mental health. I'm not going to do much harm because it's in kind of an invisible type of profession versus if you had a broken arm, that's very visible. But when it comes to mental health, it's not as seen as physical. So I do caution people not to use evidence-based, or at least look at the research that if you want to create an intervention that is a little bit outside of the box, and that's okay, but then make it evidence informed. Look at the evidence-based research and then make parallels to create evidence informed as kind of a guidepost to do no harm.
Yeah, absolutely. And to use professionals like ourselves, even if you, I mean, I'm glad I'm not the only one that suffers with people not wanting to pay for your experience and knowledge, but but even just checking with people so that a mental health professional can give their oversight and look at the risks of potential interventions, because there are quite serious risks, aren't there? Stella, you've had your hand up waiting patiently. Please go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to add that I completely agree with Pam. Also, there's a lot of expectation management, I think, that we need to take into account, depending on who you reach out to, what your motives are, what you want out of the service as well. And then again, like you said, Dr. Penny, as well, people are often reluctant to pay for those services as well, because there's always going to be an easier and cheaper option anywhere. And what we also see on the other hand is, again, going back to social media, but this is what I see with the younger generation. A lot of people will call me, they're like, oh, I saw this TikTok and they diagnosed me like this. And they said, oh, my anxiety comes from this and I'm depressed and whatnot. And people are getting into their head, Googling and believing all the information portrayed on social media nowadays because they know how to catch attention. Obviously, they throw out the buzzwords you read about every single day. And that's why I think it's so important if we come up with programs that we make sure to have everyone involved, to have seafarers involved in those programs, because only us as psychologists, I mean, unless you've been on a ship before, we don't understand the environment to that extent, but also to work together with maritime stakeholders so we can make sure that the programs are not only clinically sound, but also operationally realistic, I think.
Yes, exactly. And I think that's the benefit of collaborative working, isn't it? To bring both that expertise in mental health with the operational expertise to make sure that it's going to work on board a vessel. Badri, what would you say?
Yes, I'm absolutely with you with this point of view. It's a strong collaboration where all parties must be heavily engaged, and for the foremost in line would be seafarers. As we mentioned before, unfortunately to this day, there is no such a platform where seafarers would be encouraged to talk openly about the difficulties that they face. I'll bring you a very practical example. Right after the graduation of the university, actually, I also was part of the industry working at some projects. I rejoined the ship deliberately because I really wanted to bring all my new skills and just to test where I was, like a newly born seafarer with my new skills. So I was conducting some kind of interviews with my crew members during our long voyages. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a chance. And you should have seen the daunted reaction from their side when I would question, how would you like to improve your working and living environment on board the ship? What do you think? What is the best way for you? Initially, the level of skepticism was like up to the sky, like questioning what's happening. Why is he asking those questions? Because it wasn't for the first time in their life when someone as a captain would bring those questions. So I realized that it would take me some time. So gradually I managed to make them feel safe. I think it's already a big statement to make them feel safe of not losing a job. And yeah, all of those small, as it appears to be small, but huge things came along.
Yes, yes.
They need sleep. They need
Yeah.
to be able to go ashore. They need to interact well.
Yeah.
They would love to stay on board the ship with shorter contracts, all of those things. And then I'll just add a little bit more to avoid raising the hand later. And then they will have companies, ship managements, right? Or on the ground, on the land, with a quite good support. Because one might say that there is ISM code, International Safety Management Code, that's utilized well in the industry, although its effectiveness is another question. Because after COVID times, we see that more and more companies try to reach out. Companies like, for example, Mental Health Solutions by Mr. Charles Watkins. He does a great job, actually. And there are many other companies as well. But core element and core issues still remain the same. If you don't encourage your seafarers to speak out, to feel free and safe to address those issues they have locked internally. And then if you offer a service where they can call anyone within 24 hours for help, don't expect any of those seafarers to call there. None of those guys would do that. So yeah, I think that seafarers must be encouraged to speak out.
No, I think you're absolutely right. And it reminds me of I try to give the message around stress management, that stress management is always a two-sided thing. It's about managing the risks and stresses and reducing those, prevention, and also teaching people good skills and strategies to cope with stress. But also that psychological safety you talk about is so important, and there's still an enormous fear of asking for help, isn't there? It's very, very difficult for anybody to say, I'm struggling, because people, as one seafarer described it to me as career suicide some time ago. And it's really difficult, isn't it? I'm just conscious of time, and I just would like to kind of ask about the balance between prevention and promotion of mental health and well-being and response. Do you think we've got that balance right at the moment in the industry? And what do you think we need to be moving towards?
Yeah, I think response-wise, we are quite in a good place, because we have various companies who respond, because whatever we do with regards to capacity building, we have to remember that there's one of the frequent complaints is issues with family. So that's a big mental health source of mental stress. And whatever you do, whether it's food or leadership, when you have family issues, people just react from their, the basic instinct. So definitely you will always need the response mechanism. And of course, we have spoken about the Maslow's triangle, hygiene factors, leadership. So there, and of course, things like shore leave and criminalization of seafarers. So on a systemic level, there's a lot to be done. I think that's where we need to put a lot of focus on, while simultaneously enhancing the response capacity.
Lovely, thank you. Pamela?
I think we do a great job where we're at. There's always room for improvement. I would like to focus more on destigmatizing mental health. We're advocating for seafarers to speak up, but then they speak up and then might come negative consequences. So if someone speaks up of a mental health condition, and let's say they get medically, repatriated back home, good luck for that seafarer trying to come back to work. Nobody wants to sign off on that. There's a huge risk involved. So in one way, we advocate for them to speak up, and then the other way, then they end up getting punished because the PMEs, are really strict, or they say, oh, no, I've had seafarers tell me, yeah, I only had depression that was during the pandemic, and now I'm told I can return after 4 years. Land-based models, and even in safety, such as, trains, aviation, that you can return back safely and still be on an antidepressant. But I think that's heavily stigmatized still in our industry. We need to let go of that fear that people can operate. And, let's be realistic. Everyone has got something going on. We have all had trauma. We all have trauma's imprint. So whether we're faking it until we make it or hiding it, I think we need to balance the stigma that we give the seafarers, but also internally ourselves, that a seafarer can return safely. Of course, putting protections in place, because you can't always predict behavior, to the max. But that I think we need to do a better job with that balance.
Yeah. And I'm very lucky, because I've been fortunate enough to be involved with 1 or 2 companies who are willing to have that conversation. And I do return to work assessments for them, which is around really looking in detail at, well, what happened? what's happened since? What would happen if something like this happened in the future? All these kinds of questions to really kind of dig into, actually, are you ready to go back to sea? And do we need some protections in place? Or perhaps it's not, because it's not good for anybody, is it, to put the vessel at risk, to put the individual at risk, and so on. But we need to be a bit more nuanced about it, don't we? Because currently, 99% of people will lose their jobs if they
Correct.
ask for help. And that means nobody's going to ask for help.
Correct.
Stella, I don't know what your thoughts are from working on the helpline, because you must come across this a lot. That fear, I mean, of talking to you.
I do. So people usually first they text us, so it's a bit more anonymous. They don't have to really talk to us using their voice. And when they call, it's usually a more dire situation, but they're very reluctant on giving their name or even the company they work for. So we do obviously offer support under an anonymous name, but if their own safety or some other vessel safety is at risk, we do need to know where they're located. So it's very important to really make sure that they feel protected in that safe space, really safe from the beginning. And I, again, 100% agree with Pam on the destigmatization of mental health, because we can't use the same programs everywhere in the world. For example, when we conduct trainings or psychoeducation, for example, in Japan or Korea, we use completely different buzzwords because people are a lot more afraid of mental health. Everyone thinks you're going to go crazy. You can't go back to your job. Everyone says, Stella, it's a small community. If someone hears I'm crazy, no one's going to hire me again. There is so much fear around that we really have to see how to protect them, to also make them feel more secure to even pick up the phone and call us.
Lovely. Thank you, Stella. Badri, what were you going to add?
I'll be brief in that. Amazing points of view, Stella. Absolutely agree with that. I would only just say that unfortunately, seafarers' well-being is only assessed only once prior joining the ship, whether the seafarer is fit for this contract or not. Doesn't matter on the length of the contract, 4 months or 1 year, whatever. So, and let alone this assessment is done only through physical well-being and nothing about mental well-being. So imagine a person staying on board the ship for such a long time, and if nothing serious happens, like any kind of open seizure or just breaking or whatever, this person still is expected to do the job perfectly. So I will only suggest that I think this must be verified and big time. Whenever a person expresses the need or help or who is struggling with these difficulties related to mental health, he must be provided with further in-depth assessment of why it's happening and how it can be solved out. Because mental health is like a water. Sometimes it can get any kind of shape, or worse will be that it can evaporate at all. That would be the worst in my opinion, and that happens. And also I strongly believe that, as Stella mentioned, I also witnessed that a lot of seafarers, when they reach out through text, they hide their names because there is a stigma in the industry of fear of losing the job. They're afraid even to approach me sometimes as a captain saying, Captain, I need help because I struggle. I recognize that and I know the tools how to dig out the information, but it's not happening on board or it's not official, right? So it's not happening everywhere. So the companies definitely should give full recognition to these elements and establish them within official safety management system. So that seafarers can see it is official. It's all right. I'm not gonna lose my job. It's part of procedure, and I can go there. I guarantee.
Thank you. Thanks, Badri. And I think you pick up on a really important point, because also if people aren't willing to speak out or put their hand up or ask for help, then actually we're increasing the risk, aren't we, that problems are going to get worse, and then we're more likely to have a crisis situation arise. So the more we can do in addressing stigma and reassuring people it's okay to ask for help, the better, I think. Rob, how about for you? I don't think I gave you a chance to answer the last question, so please feel free to hog the floor.
No, not at all. I think all the panelists have I think provided a lot of really good insights. quickly, evidence-based initiatives, we're very much aligned here at IMEC. Data-driven decision-making, I think, should always be followed, encouraging everyone within the life cycle to be part of those decisions, whether it's creating training courses, et cetera, et cetera. For our purposes, we use guidance counselors and maritime professionals in psychology to help us with our training courses. Going back to your last question, prevention, protection, response, I'll be very brief. I think in the industry, not only in mental well-being, but I think we've always been very reactive, and I think it's time to be a bit more proactive. I know that's very catchphrasy, but I think certainly in this area, there can be more perhaps on the prevention, trying to create more awareness, create training courses which add value, which are not just tick box exercises, to show seafarers, and as many of the people here were or have been or are now, and even those ashore have an acute awareness of what their life is like, to try and act earlier to solve issues rather than looking to either put a plaster on or try and solve a problem as it's already happened. And I think perhaps we might see that happiness index improve a little bit.
That's lovely. Thank you so much, Rob. So, I mean, we've covered an awful lot of things. I'm sure we could speak for at least, well, we could speak for the rest of the day, I'm sure. But we've touched on so many different issues, from sort of intentional initiatives towards developing leadership on board. We've talked about prevention, we've talked about response, we've talked about stressors on board, sleep issues, manning or crewing, excuse me. We've talked about shore leave. We've touched on all sorts of things. I wonder, just to round off, could you give me a sense of what you think, what best practice examples have we come across, and where do you think we need to be moving towards? What future direction should we be aiming for as a collective, as an industry, do you think? Parani.
Yeah, I'm going to throw in something totally new.
Okay.
I would actually, highlight a point from the Seafarers Happiness Index again, which shows that 35% of people who suffer from depression, the seafarers who were surveyed, they don't speak to anyone. And 45% of the remaining people who don't experience anxiety, they also don't speak to anyone. So I would actually recommend to learn how to speak to yourself. And that technique is meditation. So I'd like actually the maritime industry to promote meditation as a way to center oneself, to increase the baseline of our mental resilience, and to promote meditation. There's also a short presentation I've made for Safety for Sea, which should be coming out, I think, along with this panel or in the following day. So please check it out. And that is where I'd like to leave you with. And I wish everyone who's listening be happy.
Thank you. Pamela.
Days off, those two words, which probably evoke feelings of, never going to happen, maybe impossible. I did present research at the ISMH 17 in Rotterdam last week using coping skills, very basic, positive psychology, CBT, coping skills to help from the psychological, but then you have the biological, days off, giving 24 hours days off. I did do it on cruise ships. I realize there's more people on cruise ships, but we have been able to figure out rovers on Mars, gene editing, and we can't figure out days off in maritime. So it is a big issue how to go about doing that. But if we already have a shortage in the industry, ask ourselves why we have that shortage. And the human body is just not meant to be sustained, that psychological and physical labor for that long. So if you want to change the person, you also have to change the environment. You need to have a dyad. You have to have two parts to that. It was measured using the MBI, and we found exhaustion went down, cynicism went down, professional efficacy went up. So using measurement tools to measure interventions, I'm hoping it will go further.
Lovely, thank you. Stella?
I think from my perspective, it also depends on the consistency. I think we have to keep raising awareness. A lot of people implement psychological measures, but then will forget about it over a period of time. So I think we have to really make sure to put it into daily operations so that people really get bored of the topic almost, because it becomes so normal to talk about it. And it shouldn't just be a normal box that we have to tick. It's like, yeah, we take care of mental health, but we should really see the changes and see people become more interactive, open the discussions, whether it's online or on the ships. It should really become normalized. I think that's what I would really hope for in the future.
Yeah. Captain Badri, what's
Yes,
your
I don't
thoughts?
think I will add anything new because I absolutely share, as I repeat all the times, from my panelists. But I only would say that, yeah, the strong collaboration among all of those stakeholders is vital, and taking these things a little bit more seriously. Because so far, all these years, personally, what I've seen is just amazing research and discussions at conferences, respectable, very strong and important. But what about the actions, right? Because the reality still remains the same. So it's a good indicator to the fact that it is high time to adopt the actions and to establish them on board the ship. And the initial step would be giving a good freedom and platform to those actually who are considered as key workers in the industry, seafarers, to speak out and to talk to make life easier. That would be the first step, I think.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you. And Rob?
Thanks, Penny. I think it's difficult becoming the last person to add messages at the end. But I think Captain Parani, I think you highlighted meditation. I think a lot of the courses that we do on that human skill side is identifying that there are many ways in which you can practice well-being. I think meditation being one of them. I think providing awareness to those out there that there are many ways in which you can practice that, I think adds a lot of value to prepare you for a life at sea, whether that's at the cadet level or even as a master or a chief engineer, highlighting that those things exist. It might work for you, it might not, but something to try. I think the end goal, I think, or where we want to be, usually you can plot a path for that, and as a navigation officer, that's how I think about it. But I think with mental well-being, I think it's difficult to know what that goal is right now. I think we're in the evidence kind of gaining phase or gathering phase, and so perhaps we'll know a bit more as more seafarers feel more confident to come out and speak out about the struggles they have, which are entirely, acceptable given that the career is one of the toughest out there. I think we've talked about how difficult life is at sea for seafarers, and for me, as Badri mentioned, giving seafarers more of a voice is absolutely vital. And I just want to celebrate the fact that our seafarers out there, in my opinion, are amongst the best professionals that exist in the world, let alone industry specific. And I think that should always be celebrated, and we'll continue always trying to take feedback from our seafarers. I might have an idea of what could improve seafarers' lives, but actually, without their feedback, it doesn't really mean much. And so we'll continue listening to them.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much, Rob. I think we've touched on so many important topics here, and I think what seems to be coalescing around a number of your comments is thinking about how can we come together as an industry, both listening to seafarers, but also implementing some of what we already know about what the stresses are, some of the kind of issues around crewing numbers and sleep and leadership skills and so on. And there's a question now for us around, how do we move this forward? And what does getting it right look like, actually? How do we make it sustainable? How do we make it effective? And I do think that there are a lot of other sectors, and a lot of information and evidence that has been gathered over the years from other industries, other sectors, and mental health in general that we can learn from in the industry. So we know it's new in the maritime industry, relatively, but actually we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We can learn and we can pick things from other industries and bring them together. But together, collaboratively, with all our different levels of expertise, I think that's what's going to take us there, isn't it? Thank you all so much for your very insightful and thoughtful, mindful comments and answers to our questions. I do hope our audience have found it interesting and useful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So basically, ma'am, what inspired me to become a seafarer? Mainly because of my father. Well, he was also a seafarer himself, though he already stopped being a seafarer or being at sea a long time ago. He did influence me to become one. And also, most of my cousins are seafarers as well, and most of them are working as engineers on their respective companies. Well, I always believe that seafaring, as we all know, is a rewarding career in general, but we need to sacrifice our own pleasures and work hard in the midst of wilderness for a couple of months and may experience exhaustion from work as a whole. But let us not overdo things and prioritize also our health and life being. As we all know, life is our greatest enterprise in the world. So above anything else, we must prioritize ourselves. So do some physical workouts on board, like I would usually do, and also self-care. Communicate also to my fellow crewmates on board. Do not hesitate to seek or ask questions or help from others, and engage to some activities wherein you are open with others and you will be entertained. Like we have on board our vessels in our company on PD, we have internet access, we have recreational like gymnasium, we also have some computer and also some PlayStations on board. So a lot of things that can help you to diminish those stress that you already experience on board.
So in terms of my answer for the question, ma'am, I can say that what inspired me to become a seafarer is also my father, because he was a seafarer before. And aside from that, we have some sort of connection with the sea, because every Sunday, me and my family would go to the beach. So it has a symbolism with our family, the sea, and that's why I pursued the seafaring career. And about the work-life balance on board, we must stay connected. I agree with Sir Ragasa, because PD vessels offer the kind of leisure on board, like the gym equipments, the barbecue parties on board. We have all of that to stay healthy emotionally and mentally. And aside from that, we must stay connected with what makes us who we are. So if we love movies, we download movies before signing on. If we love working out, we bring push-up boards or resistance band. And if we love reading books, we bring books. So it goes on, but the key point here is to not reinvent yourself for the sea, but to bring your real self with you. So when you make room for the things you love, even in a demanding environment such as a life at sea, you're not just surviving, but you're also living. And I'm thankful that in our company, we have all that things necessary in order to live our life on board. And also
when we are not on board, we are at land in our country.
So for me, ma'am, first one is always like what we've talked about earlier, the work-life balance. So proper work and rest hours as per the regulations, adequate food and drinking water on board, which we have also in our company, Peter Dole, and of course, leisure activities that we can do on board. So we have ship's fund for entertainment allocated every month for that which we can utilize to buy some stuffs, to ease our boredom and create some bond with our fellow crewmates to lessen the stress or the homesickness that we may feel while working on board the sea. So second for me is to have a healthy environment on board. I believe that this is a crucial part of living and staying and working on board to promote the good camaraderie, working rapport to all of your crewmates, even your subordinates and your seniors. Supportive work environment also by fostering a positive and healthy work environment amongst the crew of a vessel, open communication as well with others, listening to some suggestions, observation to improve the vessel, its operations, and our aim is to have a safe operation throughout our contract and finish our contract in one piece. And also the third one for me is important that we recognize our achievements of a crew and appreciate their hard works by recognizing them as, let's say, employee of the month and or giving them some small gifts. Like we also have some of my captains here in Peter Dole have give that and some token of appreciations after some major port operations, let's say, and inspections and eventually pass to give them the credit when it is due and provide them some incentives. Give them their well-deserved rest after some heavy workloads. For me, that is very much important to avoid some exhaustions and over fatigue due to work and overtimes. Things like that makes them, I believe, as I observed, eager to strive and work hard for more, and they will, for sure, not be underappreciated and taken for granted for what they bring to the company, and makes them valued to think that everyone on board has a special role to do and crucial in having a smooth and successful maritime industry that we have right now as a whole.
Okay, so the three most important factors for me is first, connection. So we can self-write journaling, and we can, in our vessels in Peter Dole, we have Wi-Fi on board every week we are given. So that would be the most important, one of the most important factor. And the second one is good food. So we actually work different on board as what I observed, that we work different when we enjoy every meal before and after work. And the last one would be rest. So rest can mean so many things, from sleeping. It can also mean staring at the sunset and listening to music or watching a movie. So for me, these three most important factors are provided in our company. Like the good food, we have good chief cooks. As far as I have during my contracts as cadet, I have been with good chief cooks on board, and that would be all.
What I want to change in the current maritime landscape, I want to focus on diversity and inclusivity. Not just on gender talks, but to be inclusive, as we all know, to be inclusive in women in maritime industry. Not just that, since it's good that we already embracing them to be part of this industry, and also on multicultural crews, or that we face some cultural stressors on board. So language barriers and potential conflicts due to communication barriers, something like that, that emphasize the need for diversity awareness, training, and inclusive leadership, especially in higher positions on board. So more of recognition as well and support from different nationalities, supporting each other, working together to achieve a specific goal while on board. So as I observe, ma'am, that seafarers often feel undervalued and underappreciated.
highlighting the importance of recognizing their efforts, contributions, and providing support for their well-being. They tend to overwork without proper compensation, and this high power distance that I think is rampant nowadays. Because this high power distance, whereas crew are afraid to speak up and voice out their concerns to the higher ups, mainly because of being taken personally, these things against them, and eventually you can lead them to going home or being repatriated because of these higher ups are angry at them because they are talking back to them, and being scolded by them every time. But unfortunately, some power trippings are happening on board. That's the reality of life, and everyone in position rather must come to realize that having a greater position also holds a greater responsibility. I always believe that having a greater position is always having a greater responsibility, not just to themselves, but also to the vessel. But most importantly, as a senior officer, as on management level or operational level, as long as you have juniors or subordinates down on you, you must be always having care for them at all times.
Probably what needs to change is the stigma about mental health of the seafarers, because before, when you're depressed or something, you actually are stigmatized, or some people will not take you seriously. But I think now it's better, since we have trainings, and in our company we have seminars about it, and we have the ICE One that has hotline for that. Also, our company has the hotline for certain things about mental health and about problems that might arise on board. So for me, it needs to change, but our country, our local, our let's just say, they are taking action about it. So I'm glad that there's progress about it.
They always say to never stop learning because life never stops teaching. I believe in that quote, to never stop learning because life never stops teaching. Each and every day of our lives, we learn something, and that something is crucial in our personal development. I was known to be a studious cadet before being an officer now, who invest time and effort in studying hard and learning things, especially professional subjects. Be dedicated and committed and passionate on everything that you do, even on the simplest things in life. Set your own personal values, goals, and discipline when it comes to studying. When it's time to study, study. When it's time to relax, relax. Just to have some breaks, and then again, continue on learning, continue on improving yourself. Once you establish that proper mindset and followed by practicing your discipline and attitude on doing the right things, expect the hard-earned fruit of your labor for sure. So life on board, as we all know, will never be easy. It's exhausting, and that is the reality of life. No sugarcoats on board, since I already experienced working on board. But I must say that this is a rewarding career, with opportunities to go to various countries for free, high compensation, tax-free, health and medical benefits, insurances, which our company is also giving to all of its crew. So we're well compensated, and just some of its advantages and many more. So another thing that I learned in life is to take one step at a time. Be patient and do not rush things. Everything will be all right in time. Everything is a process. Our life is a continuous learning and also a process. wherein we need to undergo. Sometimes you will fail, but sometimes you will succeed. That's the reality of life. Just like a diamond, I believe. A diamond, it is not a diamond on its own because it undergo too much pressure, too much hard work, too much owning for it to become a precious one, to become a precious diamond with such a high value. And that should be our mindset in life. We should not complain on what we are experiencing the hardships, because it's part of the life that teaches us to be patient and to learn from it. And by that, I must say that this is a very good career, and to help such industry that moves the world is so much fulfilling, and it gives this satisfaction to contribute to the world in our own little things and also earning some money. So just my piece of advice to continue pursuing this career, because this is a very rewarding and satisfying job for sure.
So first I want to thank Sir Agasa, because as a deck cadet who's just starting, it means a lot to hear his advice in real time today. So that's it. Thank you, Sir Agasa. And for me, my advice is to solidify your reason for becoming a seafarer, because before you pack your bags or sign your first contract, ask yourself, why do I want this life? Why do I want to be a seafarer? Because seafaring isn't just a job. It's a long distance relationship with your life back home. So it's missing birthdays, funerals, first steps, and quiet dinners. So it's being in the middle of an ocean when your family needs you most, and not being able to do a thing but wait for a signal. So I've read on Facebook pages, and I also have shipmates who have this thought that if they could turn back time, I would have been there more, or I would have chosen differently. So these aren't just regrets from weak people. So these are truths from strong seafarers who gave everything and now want the next generation to walk into this life fully aware and mentally ready. So if you want to be a seafarer, my advice is you must have this standard, or this reason, a strong reason to pursue the job at sea. So in a nutshell, so solidify your reason, make sure it's strong enough to carry you through the hard days, make sure it's yours, not someone else's. And that would be, the second one is you have to talk to real seafarers. So not just the ones in training centers or on Facebook ads or on YouTube, but the ones who've done 8 months contracts, like 9 months, the ones that miss the birth of their kids, and those lonely and tiring nights. So ask them, have this certain clarity about life at sea. And then the last one would be write your reason down. So when you're tired or lonely or at ship, you must have that notebook written of the reason, so that it will fuel you again, and it will guide your choices, whether that means staying on board or one day stepping away. So that would be all.
For me, that it's good to know that majority of maritime stakeholders, just like what mentioned in the question, are paying attention on crew welfare and commemorating the contributions and appreciating all the efforts that the crew on board is being done for the maritime industry and the world economy as a whole to run. Because I believe that success of a company lies on the employee or the crew itself. So it is just the right thing to do to appreciate all their efforts, because the success of a company lies on the success also of the employees. So if they are satisfied, they for sure will be giving their all, their best in all their works that going to do, all their efforts they will put just to be successful and to have some successful operations while on board the vessel, and which leads to a successful maritime industry
as a whole. So be active on promoting well-being on board the vessel. So we have a lot of programs now for mental health, especially in mental health awareness. We have the 24/7 mental health hotline. We have here on our company, the Peter Dole, we have this 24/7 wherein if you have some concerns, some emotional distress, mental distress, let's say, that you're experiencing some loneliness that you cannot share to your crewmates on board. So they are always open to talk to express your emotions. No judgments, no inhibitions, just purely ready to listen to all your rants in life. So that's good point for them that it's being strengthened now, this this project of them. So we are the workforce, as we all know, as seafarers, that derives and moves the world via shipping trade. So as much as we value our cargo, talking about these maritime stakeholders and the service to the consignors, we must provide for the freights that we deliver onto the consignee, that we must equalize the value we give to the ones working hard at sea, that the seafarers giving them enough rest, proper guidance, and compensation they deserve. So just like what I've said, you deserve what you tolerate. So we tolerate good harmony on board, so doing our work. So you deserve to have that special treatment, the same treatment as what we are doing on board the vessel.
So, in the occasion of the Day of the Seafarers, what key messages to industry stakeholders, association, and ports, charters, regulations, etc. So, for me, I want to first say thank you for Safety for Sea, because this itself is one of the key factors that we can say that seafarers are now listened to, and we are given importance to. And then I want, actually, on this day, we have so many organizations, and we have so many, let's just say, the industry stakeholders that are supporting seafarers. So this as much is a progress itself. So on the occasion of this year's Day of the Seafarers, it's only right to say that we should thank ICE1, we should thank the ITF, Safety for Sea, and even our company, Dolly Seafront, for going beyond contracts and checklists. Because as I've observed in our vessel, since we have Wi-Fi, we connect to family. So seafarers, actually, one of the important support for us is seeing our family happy, and seeing the companies make effort to connect with the family of the crew to make to go beyond contracts and just checklists is something to be thankful for. So let's just, for example, our company, we have family hubs. They are social events for the family of seafarers to connect, to have a party, to eat, and to share about the seafaring life or about their husband. So it's a source of strength and morale for seafarers away from home for us. And so that's a bridge that continue to bring the human side of seafarer back into the focus. And now, as the other companies began to follow this lead, a new standard is emerging, one where connection and community are just as important as compliance and competence. So I want to be grateful for the progress that's happening, and let's just keep on going. Let's build an industry where every seafarer doesn't just work with pride, but also lives with dignity and feels supported on both sea and also shore. So Dolly Seafront is an example that proves that when we put our families into picture, everyone wins, because of the connection, because of that connection. Thank you.